Well, hello, hello. I am JadeMinibou. I have run both these games and done commentary for them, so gonna be cool to see them run side by side today.
Yeah, Peppernicus and I Hunter and Router and also commentating for Skyward. So it's gonna be very interesting to see at the same time SD and HD and have some fun here. So
Yeah,
be
so
ready.
For this relay, so as H mentioned, we're going to be doing one HD any percent run versus three SD any percent runs in a relay. To make the time more fair, the HD run is actually going to get a 30-minute head start. So we will see Andy go through the first 30 minutes of his run before the relay team playing the Wii version is going to start theirs.
Yeah, and we're going to start with Jade first, and Pippy is going to come second, and Jasnix trying to bring it home as the last for SD. Meanwhile, Andy has to run the whole time, and best of luck to all of them, of course. And it's gonna be really fun to see like the big difference in the runs, as we will explain. I think if everyone was ready, we can start, right? We'll get into more stuff as it happens. Probably we'll have quite some time to talk about Skyward Sword, so that's great. So yeah, first up we should talk about hero mode, I guess, for both games. Playing in hero mode, for SD has I guess a little bit more of an effect than for HD, but it's still kind of the same effects. We want to be able to take more damage, and we want to be able to have stronger Skyward Strike, but we'll see all of that. So, Dermis, do you want to count us down?
Sure. We will begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So now Andy starts off. One of the well, I guess this isn't an effect of just hero mode in HD, but thankfully in Skyward Sword you can skip many cutscenes. So Andy's just skipping all of them before gaining control of Link. He's gonna go exit the Knight Academy here.
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting to see like the normal Skyward Skyloft run, and then later the SD way of it. So keep in mind what we're doing here, and then you'll see how we do weird things in the SD version, and maybe you're gonna appreciate it a bit more, how much we're actually skipping here. Because first we have to meet Zelda and practice sword and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, one of the benefits of HD, though, is that you get very fast text. Basically, every single text box in the game is instant, so for text you just want to mash the B button as fast as possible. Which you'll definitely see how much slower the text is in the original version when Jade starts running it.
And also a lot harder to navigate quickly.
Yeah. HD also has the advantage of much shorter load times because it's being played on a much more modern console compared to the Wii, so another advantage for HD there.
Yeah, and obviously we have stamina in both games, and it is actually quite interesting to manage your stamina correctly. It definitely gives a lot of time save if you're really good at it. And basically, obviously, you'll try to go into cutscenes and stuff with like the last bit of stamina because it will reset the stamina. But if that's not the case, like right now, you'll try to like refill like a quarter, because that will refill a bit faster than the rest of the stamina bar.
And Andy's just going over to get the practice sword now. HD doesn't really have any sequence breaks at the beginning of the run here, you kind of just have to go through everything. But again, because the text is really fast and the loads are pretty quick, tends to keep on moving. And also language-wise, because all text is instant, the language doesn't really matter for HD. For SD, the preferred language is Japanese, but for HD, you can kind of just play on whatever you want, and it's fine.
Yeah, the main goal for now is we're gonna try to save the Loftwing, get our Tunic and the Farron Pillar so we can get off Skyloft and into Farron region. So kind of having to do here some slashes, and the first time we're gonna attack with slashes. There's obviously a bunch of different directions you can slash. Some are a little bit faster than others. I think the vertical right down slash is like instant, but you can move instantly after that compared to other slashes. That might be interesting, and that could be used in some situations to like get movement a little bit quicker.
Yeah, so normally when we saw Andy go through the beginning of the waterfall cave, he did a front hop to get into the cave. It's generally a little bit faster to go into a loading zone with no movement speed, either by going into first person or like hopping into the loading zone. Because then you get instant control of Link when you appear on the other side, instead of having to like wait for a walk or sprinting animation. But sometimes, like when he exited the cave, you actually want to like use up all of your stamina going out of the cave, because you know, for some reason exiting the waterfall cave always plays a specific animation regardless of how you entered the loading zone. Alright, now Andy's doing the Loftwing tutorial. There's a very subtle technique that you can do here to actually speed it up. I believe he got it there, where basically if you flap at a very specific time before the Loftwing controls prompt comes up, you can make it disappear faster when Zelda begins talking to you about the next part of the tutorial.
So take a good look at the tutorial, you'll see it a bunch. So
it seems like we didn't quite get it there, but I think he still saved probably a few seconds over going through the tutorial normally.
Now we are going for wing ceremony to prove ourselves, to get the sailcloth, which is not technically necessary. Obviously, we could just take full damage wherever we need. It's still nice to have, and we can't avoid it, so obviously we'll get it.
Yeah, one of the interesting differences or changes that they made to HD is that there are no more save prompts at certain points anymore. Because the game just auto-saves after every single load, or every time that you like get near a statue, so I guess they figured that those weren't necessary, although that does prevent us from being able to do a skip that's in the original game called Wing Ceremony Cutscene Skip, where you can skip the cutscene that Andy is watching right now. But in HD it's a lot shorter because of the quick text, so it's not like a huge deal.
A lot shorter. It's like ages in this team. I don't get it.
So there is a bit of RNG here in the Wing Ceremony. Specifically how much the yellow bird turns, and also when the yellow bird decides to turn can end up losing you a few seconds if it decides to turn really late. Because the yellow bird actually flies outside of the range where you can fly with your Loftwing. So if it decides to fly out of that range and then turn really late, you can't really do anything until it just decides to fly back in, which is very strange, but it is how it works. Yeah, so now Andy has the sailcloth, and he can move on to the mysterious nighttime section.
Who is that figure? You better chase it.
I believe if I remember correctly, that figure is called Marimatas.
Oh, nice. Hopefully it can help us. Might be a moment for some donations. You want to?
I can indeed. I would just like to say there was a little bit of a technical glitch and the incentive wasn't actually open yet, but it is now. So please get your entries in, team. We actually have a $10 donation from Madeline, who says, if Andy has 1 fan, it's me. If he has 0 fans, I don't exist. So thank you very much for that. Just make sure when you're checking out your donations, team, that you are contributing to the bid war for Twilight Princess. At the moment, Link will be finishing all of his runs with the Iron Boots on, which is going to be one awful leg day. So if you want to help him out a little bit, get in on that bid war. And as I say, Wicked Midna's absolutely gorgeous ornaments are now available to get yourself into the raffle for that. So get your donos in, team, by typing !donate in chat. That word. Thanks very much.
Nice. Yeah, so now we finally get access to this goddess statue. You will see in SD it's gonna be a lot easier to get in, but HD has to use Phi. Ask Phi very nicely. We get the famous sword.
The goddess sword.
Yeah. From Skyward Sword.
Can't believe the game The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword has a sword that you have to raise skyward.
Crazy. Genius. Yeah, so this sword is really nice because of the Skyward Strikes, which are really useful, especially on hero mode, to kill enemies. Because they have the power of the Master Sword when charged up, which for our early enemies is going to be really painful for them, and really nice for us. And in general, there's going to be some interesting things with the ability to have some sort of a range attack through the sword on SD later on. And also, you'll probably see here in Farron later. So now we finally have the tunic, and we have placed the Farron pillar. Last thing is we're gonna get a gift from our boy Fledge. It's gonna help us out. And then we can go off and Skyloft and do Farron.
But before Farron, we're going to talk to Professor Owlin and get ourselves a shield, which is going to be helpful in a few specific cases in the run with some combat. Generally, though, you want to keep the shield off because it can get in the way of rolling. Since both shielding and rolling use the same input, but the game tries to intuit which action you want based on like where you're currently moving around. There was also a little bit of a subtle trick that Andy did there where he jumped off of the platform in a specific way so that when he called his loft wing and flew into the loading zone to the sky, he actually triggered a loading zone that was closer to the Farron pillar instead of the one that's like actually around that platform, because that spawns you facing the western part of the sky, which is farther away from the Farron pillar.
Yeah, stuff like that can, in many situations, be useful if you're on a bad jumping platform, but you can maybe reach for some diving with Link, so you get the better loading zone.
Now we're basically just gonna ignore these Deku Babas.
Yeah, style on them a bit.
Like, you can't catch me. Insert Sonic You're Too Slow voice clip.
Next we have to do get the spike saved again, which we'll do quite a few times, and that's gonna be the first time, but the quickest time also, so that's nice. Somehow it activates the wind seal. It's magic for you.
The ancient power of evil was preventing the wind from blowing for some reason. But thankfully, the wind vents are very convenient, so we can just ride them back up to the sealed temple.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very not so fun to run up the spiral if you ever have to. Feels like forever.
So in the sealed temple here, Andy's going to be picking up the revitalizing potion that's in the chest over here. We do need at least one bottle to complete Skyward Sword HD, but we will get another one later on just because it's slightly more convenient to have two than to just have one.
Yeah, definitely saves quite some time to have two. And the second one is also very, very free to get. It doesn't cost any time, so why not? Oh, special placing the dot on the X, but perfectly mastered by Andy. First try.
Placing the beacon fast is a lot harder than it looks.
Yeah. Impa is really strict on that. She's like, nope, that's not the X I put on your map. Please replace. I mean, I guess she goes through all the work of putting the X on the map in the first place, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of rude to ignore her like that.
So here we're going to see the first example of the overpowered Skyward Strike in hero mode. Not sure how it missed that one. But...
Yeah, that one was just deciding to turn around and forget, you know, he was like, if you can't see me, you can't hit me, you know?
And he also strategically picked up a green rupee there while the Bokoblin was dying. A nice optimization to get rid of that text while something else is already happening that he has to wait for anyway.
Hmm. The Bokoblin thought he was the main character, he was Link, and he could just turn away and the rest freezes. You know? Because if Link is like far away enough and looks away, then enemies usually stop, like they get frozen and usually they don't do much. So didn't work for him, unfortunately. Right here we'll do a little bit optimization. We won't push it to the full end because that will play a cutscene. Instead we'll just use it as he does to jump off and get into Fair Woods.
Yep, saves a few seconds. And we don't ever need to run up that log again, so we can just leave it unpushed and it's fine.
And they use all the perfect right diagonal down slash, giving them like quickly through the trees there. Look at that cute little thing. Maybe there's an ornament with that cute little thing also that you can get if you join in the incentive.
Oh man, that would be a huge coincidence.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Pepper, you can come again. You're good.
Oh yeah, unfortunately Machi's very scared of us right now. And we'll have to chase a bit here, but we can do a little bit planning here in a moment, where we get the vine down early, which you usually should get down with a slingshot. But the wall is still somewhat connected to the tree, and it activates the vine, so it gives us like a faster route through Fenrir Woods, which is nice. I think an interesting point to mention is that before saving Machi, all the other Kikis and the Elder aren't actually there, which is the reason why we need to save him right here. As technically, usually 5 will obviously prevent us from going anywhere, but there is a jump you can do to get away from 5's talking, preventing you to go back in, but that won't help you because the rest of the Kikis aren't there to be saved, so that won't help. Now they're here, so we can save them because we're a good person. Not like these SD runners that just forget about the Kikis altogether.
Listen, the SD runners at least still save Machi. It's okay.
That's true. Well, I feel like he saves himself. Just coming by.
We got another Bokoblin fight coming up here against our first Bokoblin captain, who also will just die in a single Skyward strike.
But he has some friends. At least, that also will die, unfortunately. Oh, probably like a frame perfect trick there, which wouldn't really save time, but would look kind of funny. Where you can get Lobster down before the cutscene starts, and so the cutscene is a bit confused and just looks at the tree where Lobster should be.
This is also a mandatory bonk. You cannot complete this game without that bonk. So sorry to all you bonkless fans, but your category does not exist yet.
Yeah. You would need to be quite good at persuading Lobster to jump. Otherwise, no one has done it yet.
Is now a good time to jump in with some donations?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Wonderful, thank you, New. We have a few. First up, we've got a $20 donation from our pal Mini352, who simply says 1,000, which is a very subtle reference to the fact that we have now broken $1,000. So thank you, everyone.
Ooh.
We have a target of reaching 2,500 throughout the marathon, which we can so easily do. Come on, team. I believe. And Minnie has gone in for the ornament raffle as well. So good luck to you, sir. Happy Bear has given us a $35 donation saying Skyward Sword is my favourite Zelda game, but I haven't ever speedrun it. Weird. A good one, Happy. Maybe I should change that. Anyway, vive les lesbians. Lesbian? I don't know. I haven't spoken French in a long while. And Happy has also gone in for the ornament raffle as well. So team, when you're getting your donos in, make sure you are checking the incentive when you check out, just to make sure you get in for that. Got time for one more, or do you need the mic back?
Yeah, we can do one more.
Awesome. So we've got $35 from Blooper as well, saying spicy tax heart. So that is all the the one runner and all the comms from the previous run paying their tax for the spicy load screen. So thank you so much for all of that. Really, really generous of you. Back to you, team.
Yeah, so we rescued the Kiwis. And we get our reward in chat. And nice, with the side hope we pick it up, so we immediately trigger this cutscene, which only happens when you jump off his belly. And he actually has different text for this vine being down.
He's like, oh, you already knocked the vine down.
Yeah.
Wow, you're so cool.
Yeah. It's like, I wanted to teach you how to use this item, but sure.
And now we push down this log so that we can get back to
Lake Floria a lot faster later on when we come back to Farron for the second time. Also, another important thing to note is that when Andy got the slingshot, he also got the ability to use items at all. In Skyward Sword, if you try to get an item that's on the item wheel before getting the slingshot, the game does not like that, and you will soft lock. So, if you want to keep and use any items that you get, you must first get the slingshot, even if the game has sequence breaks.
Yeah, because there's gonna be an animation of like opening the B wheel, and the game is like, well, I don't have a B wheel, so I will just not do anything, and we can wait here until we figure things out, which will be forever, unfortunately. So, slingshot is required if you want to use any items. And ooh, that looked almost. We got some nice extended blow.
Yeah.
But wasn't quite playing with us, the Goblin there.
Yeah, so there's a very precise, I guess, before we explain what just happened. Coming up here, Andy is instead going to do an alternate trick called Cube Warp, where he's going to try to lure the Bokoblin on this path into a specific position so that he can do a Skyward Strike that's angled upwards and hit the Goddess Cube that's by Gorko the Goron. And yep, very good.
Nice, good job. And that's where you can see, like, the range can also be used to hit some things you're not supposed to, and get to places earlier than with this teleport right here than you're supposed to. Walking around obviously isn't taking forever, but it does still skip quite some time. So that's nice. And then we can get into Skyward. First dungeon.
Yeah, the other trick that Andy tried to set up there was a trick called Extended Blow, which, if successful, would have essentially made him fly all the way over to the temple. But unfortunately, it is RNG. The Bokoblin that you hit has to get knocked back within a specific distance range, and for whatever reason, the distance that Bokoblins get knocked back in Skyward Sword when you hit them is RNG, so...
Yeah, very unfortunate.
And the chance of it, unfortunately, isn't very high. I think it's like 12% in HD or something. It's pretty low.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Basically, the idea is that the Bokoblin is considered dead, so the game is erasing all the information about Bokoblin, including where he is positioned at. So there's just gonna be zeros at where he's positioned at. So when we do an ending blow, the game will be like, okay, his position is 0, 0, 0, so we're gonna jump you there.
See if Andy can get the infamous spider roll here.
Oh boy.
Can he roll past the spider? Yes, he can.
Yes.
Good. Yeah, rolling past that spider is a bit tricky, but it saves having to shoot down the vines and then swing across to the other side here.
I mean, obviously the game doesn't want you to do it necessarily, want you to use the vines, but you want to go fast, so... He ignored the direction of the game.
Also, vines in this game are stupid.
That's fair, yeah, that's very fair. They can, especially since you have to, like, land in between here to hit the switch. So unnecessarily complicated. But if you can just roll through a spider. Right now we're just racing the water in order to get to the small key and access the small key door. Get into the hub room and then the main venue room, basically. And also somewhat soon, we can start the SD run, just so everyone is prepared. Obviously this is a race still, but we wanted to watch the scenery a bit first before we start actual racing, you know?
Yep. I mean, I do think this is also a really good way to highlight how much the runs are different.
Yeah, for sure.
Because, you know, like, Andy, the most, like, Andy hasn't really done any glitches yet, right? I mean, he tried to do extending blow, but it didn't work. The most, like, unintended thing that he's done so far, I'm pretty sure, has just been cube warp.
Yeah.
Which isn't really a glitch, so... that's not going to be the case for SD, though. SD is going to be going off the rails pretty quickly when it starts in about 2 minutes here.
Yeah. And I guess to mention that too, why there is such a big difference. I mean, we'll get into it more, but the problem is that on the Switch we can't reset the game with a button or anything, which will make the trick we use in the SD version impossible, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately, I mean, difference is always nice. So it's nice to have a new, fresh look at the run. It's new iteration. So
yeah, Andy not quite getting the last hit in there on the stealth host before running out of stamina.
Gets the C up. So that's basically, you know, sometimes like that. Basically, if there's like a camera pan at the end of like some sort of cutscene, then you want to see up into that cutscene because a camera pan for some reason won't start if you see up into that cutscene. And now we have the beetle.
Now we can fly around and hit switches.
Definitely a cool first puzzle for the beetle, I think. Getting the switch you came in with.
Taking inspiration from Metroid.
That's fair, yeah.
Yes, now Andy's on his way to get the second small key in Skyview. So what the game has you go over to this other room for the small key, and then it makes you go back the other way to get back to the main room. If there was a way for us to take damage in this room after killing the spider, then we would be able to death warp back to the first room, but unfortunately there is no damage source in here.
Yeah.
The spider is dead, so we can't do that. And Jade is off.
Nice. Ooh.
So I don't know if you guys remember how long it took Andy to get control of Link in the Wii or in the HD version, but it took him about 12 seconds. On SD, on the Wii version, it takes about 18 seconds to get control of Link. So
That times 3. So basically double time before you get control. Because 3 runners.
And immediately we see the first difference on Jade's side is that she's going to be talking to Fledge because we're very interested in what Fledge has to say.
Yeah. We just want to show you do stuff, you know? We thought,
even though we don't read Japanese.
Yeah.
We're still interested in what he had to say.
I mean, maybe someone can read Japanese here, you know? And they were very pleased that we very quickly skipped through the text.
Also a nice shot by Andy, getting the precise snipe on the crystal there.
Yeah.
Also, one difference between Wii and HD is that there's actually this extra cutscene on Wii here where Hornwell like congratulates you for running up the boxes. It's like, all right, thanks, buddy.
And another new thing we're doing here, obviously these are not necessary, as we know. The requirements for getting through Skyloft are the same as we saw in HD, but we do all of these things because we want to stack up some stuff for later, and I will explain all of that. But obviously also another important thing is we gotta, you know, we have to see the cat, and we have to save the cat. I mean, good old Remlets. I mean, Mia, what are you doing up here? I mean,
Yeah,
I'll take you
seriously.
back.
Hornwell needs to keep better track of his pets.
For sure. I mean, I guess it's problematic because they can fly, so it must be very difficult sometimes to keep them contained. Meanwhile, Andy's going to do a nice jump here, which is not that easy as it looks, and can be very annoying sometimes, but he masters it.
That spider jump is one of the things that every runner will have to do in this race.
Yeah, that's true. Theoretically, Andy could have used the beetle there because he has it, but obviously he wants to go fast, which makes this jump a little bit faster. We'll see that our SD friends won't be so lucky to use the beetle. But first, going to take some damage here. And, I mean, Jay's really trying here. Strange. What could possibly happen?
I'm going to wager, I guess, that it's very convenient she's on hero mode to take double damage here, so she doesn't have to fall off the post 6 times.
Also, vines for Andy, good job. They also very difficult. You can also take them back, which is a little bit faster. Meanwhile, we're doing some crazy stuff on the ST side. We're on the title screen. Whoa!
Whoa! But Jade was already here for 30 minutes. Why is she back here? Also H.
H.
Yeah, sorry, what?
No. Put the H in the door.
The H has been inserted into the boss door.
It's my door.
It is.
Oh wow, it's very good craftsmanship for the door. I'm impressed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so title screen. Well, it turns out that if you die, the game will try to respawn you. But if you happen to reset in that time, the game will actually first land on the title screen and then respawn you, which will respawn you onto the title screen, which is basically just the same game, just, you know, the title screen look and everything. And it allows us to walk around while having control over our files, which means we can, you know, start a file and pick some stuff up or get something, and that can change what happens on that actual file. Because a few seconds after you start, everything you do will actually be will actually affect your file. So it will stay. And that's what the first thing we're going to do here is, as you can see, we had access to the goddess statue because the title screen layer, the place that you see in the title screen, has an open door. So we can get here very early, and get and put in the Farron tablet. And what we will do is we'll start shortly before the flag, I will call it, that will make the pillar open, is set, and then that will be set on our file. So after we see like the thing come down, and it will like light up, and that's where it's set. So shortly before that, we will start our file, and that's where we get the Farron pillar on our file.
Meanwhile, Andy doing a pretty good boss fight there. And also picking up the heart container, which doesn't actually lose any time in HD because the text is instant, and you also have to wait for the door at the end to be on like a specific dimming cycle before it'll actually open, regardless of when you open it. So we do like picking up things with no time loss.
Sure. So as you can see, even though we got the goddess sword on the title screen, since it was before we started any files, it won't have any effect on our run file. But really, the only thing that matters is what happens. Well, most of what matters is what happens after you start a file. There's some other things, obviously, but the most important thing we take from each bit is like the moment after the start. So there's almost always one specific thing we're trying to do in a bit, which is going to be at the end when we start our file. And this time it was getting the Farron pillar, and as you can see, the Farron tablet will now be inside the pedestal, I guess, because we already have that flag. So the game is like, oh well, if you already have the Farron pillar, then the tablet already has to be placed. So here you go. And another important information, I guess, is that the Farron pillar is nice in the way that what we did is what the effect were. So we made the pillar, and we had the pillar now. There's gonna be some more complicated versions where the effects we get after starting a file won't necessarily mean the exact same thing on our run file. And we'll explain that when it comes to it.
Yeah, so one advantage of having the goddess sword right now is that Jade's going to go through most of the same stuff at the beginning that Andy went through on Skyloft. She's going to talk to Groose and then go save the Loftwing. But because she has the goddess sword already, she does not have to go get the practice sword in the sparring hall. So it's a nice little time save there. Speaking of pillars, Andy opening up the Elden pillar. Going to be going on to Elden in the Earth Temple next.
Yeah, and it should also be said that we didn't get the tunic even though we placed the Fern pillar because the tunic is gotten after the Fern pillar cutscene is over. That the cutscene after that gives you the tunic, so that's why we don't have the tunic right now, which is very important. And also this walking into the house, it seemed very random, but it's also very important.
Yeah.
we not only do we want to say hi, obviously, to everyone, but it's also, you're gonna see that since we have control of our files, it's gonna be interesting what we can do in bit when we select those files, because that selecting a file does load information. So that way, we want to gather some information on our files and use that while playing in bit to make pathing and going to places possible.
Jade going for the double stab approach for cutting the logs down.
And we get the first encounter with Magmas. Yeah. In Elden here, I have to go through into the Magma turf. So now things will get interesting. So first we're gonna trigger this cutscene here as normal as we've seen before. But after that, we will actually copy our file over to a different file. And the reasoning is that we want to keep a file that has not saved the Loftwing. And the reason for that is, when it comes to the sky, there is going to be different stages, or layers as we call them, in the sky. And one is for the Loftwing tutorial, as we've seen so often. And basically the one other that's important is like the normal sky layer, where we can freely fly around and do whatever we want. Where the Loftwing tutorial basically prohibits us from going to most places. And we want to keep a file before the Loftwing, because if you don't have the Loftwing, you will just load the normal default sky layer. But if you save the Loftwing, as we're doing right now, we'll actually get the Loftwing tutorial. And we want to make sure to have no Loftwing in one of our files.
So Andy, all right, very
Nice.
good. Oh, still
Someone was
still a
straggler.
straggler, yeah. The captain survived.
Yep, dodged.
Yeah,
Tried.
Andy is going to be getting the digging mitts, which, because they're not a B-wheel item, you can't actually get the digging mitts without getting the slingshot.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough. Not that that's ever, like, really important for HD, but interesting fact to know.
Also, you can see on Jade's screen, there's the Farron pillar, but we can't reach, unfortunately. There's a barrier, as explained earlier, that prevents us from going there. Even though it looks so close, it's still so far. So we have to find different ways to get to this pillar. We will do so.
Ooh, circles on Andy's side.
Oh,
Very
let's
nice.
go!
Doesn't save any time, but is an extremely swag strat. So obviously, if you don't get it, then your run is invalid. Alright, so Jade here going to be saving the game and then going for the Wing Ceremony cutscene skip that we alluded to earlier. Unfortunately, does not get it. There's basically a 2-frame window after you save at the prompt where you can do a side hop out of the cutscene trigger. And then you basically just can skip having to watch the cutscene at all. But the important thing is that we're not actually going to do the wing ceremony. Jade just wanted to get out of the cutscene as fast as possible, so that she could then go and take fall damage off of a cliff. But instead of that now, she's going to reset and she's going to take funny damage from one of these barrels over here while also throwing a barrel at Zelda.
Yeah, it's a nice backup, so it's good that we also can see it. There was like a lot of like how there's a very difficult to actually die here because in Waterfall Cave for some reason the game doesn't let us do bit. So we found this very creative way of having a barrel roll down on us and damaging us like that.
Yeah.
I've not actually seen that before. That's really funny.
Yeah, it's a great backup.
Is there time to jump in for a little donation here?
I might want to explain the sky verse.
Yeah, I mean, it's
gonna
gonna be
yeah,
hard to
go ahead.
explain, but we'll try.
No, Defo, you go ahead.
There's gonna be a lot of weird stuff going on. So first, we still have a hero mode on File 2. You might have wondered why that is the case, and that's right here, because actually, opening the file screen will actually load the information of File 2, but it won't select File 2. And then the game is like, okay, I have the information of File 3, but I have File 2 last selected, so I guess if you save, then that means you have saved over File 2. So now File 2, even though it looks like a hero mode file, is actually a file with a lot of information from File 3, which is specifically before the Loftwing and with the Goddess Sword. And now we start before entering a loading zone and do what's called a reverse bit warp, which will put us into the stage in gameplay. As you can see, we're now in the sky, but with a file before the Loftwing, which means no barrier, which means we can go to the ferry building. Oh, it's really the silver rupee?
That's
Oh
the
my god.
silver rupee Gwei.
Oh my. That is so unlucky.
Yeah, that's really unlucky.
5% chance.
But yeah, so basically the whole setup here is that we want to get the ability to dive off of our Loftwing before getting our Loftwing, which requires getting to the sky without a Loftwing, which is what the whole purpose of that back in time sequence was. After we get the ability to dive, which is that Phi text trigger there, we want to die. Normally we die to a Gwei, but Jade unfortunately got super unlucky and got a Gwei that just runs away really fast, so Jade wasn't able to damage down on it and instead has to damage down on these Octoroks over here. Also, interesting trick happening on Andy's side. He's doing the Elden out of bounds trick here, which saves about 20 seconds, I believe.
Yeah, I think 20, 25 seconds, something like that.
Yeah, so it skips having to go around some vines and go through the hot cave. So very cool trick.
Yeah, nicely that the Bokoblins get a knockback that doesn't prevent height pushing, so we can actually get some height. Well, like bombs and stuff to do that. Just bounce us off. Yeah, so now, after we did get the ability to dive on Jade's side, we can now actually save the Loftwing again. But this time we can dive in the Loftwing tutorial. Yep. And being able to dive in the Loftwing tutorial means we can avoid the barrier, because the barrier is only for the Loftwing and not Link. And that's what we're going to do here. It's basically the ability to get to Farron before Tunic. Having Tunic will have nice implications, because one thing that we haven't talked about is that Bit is very volatile to crashes. A lot of things crashes because there's extra thing that gets loaded, which is specifically the title screen and stuff, which means that if too much is loaded, too much other stuff is loaded, the game will crash because there's not enough space for that memory anymore. And one of the things that crashes is the normal sky layer. So the only thing that we can access in Back in Time is the Loftwing tutorial sky layer. And as you can see, what we're doing right now, we can also do in Bit now. Because we can get to the Loftwing tutorial and we can dive. We can dive off that Loftwing, and that way we could get to Farron in Back in Time, which is going to be interesting. But for now, we're doing it in the actual gameplay.
Yeah, so basically, we never, on the main file, we never want to finish the Loftwing tutorial, so that we still get the Loftwing tutorial layer whenever we load back into the sky, as
Yes.
Pepper mentioned. Also, Andy right now going through the beginning of Earth Temple, doing some cool cutscene skips here, where if you cut the rope and then jump over lava, the game doesn't try to play like the camera panning portion of the cutscene for watching the bridge lower, because it thinks, oh, well, if the player lands in the lava, we don't want to, like, we want them to, you know, get damaged by the lava immediately. But then we just land on land again, so that never ends up happening.
Yeah, now there's gonna be another back in time for Jade. And unfortunately another complicated one. I know we got some donations here, but there's just the early portion of Skyward Sword can be very filled with explanation, unfortunately.
We're here for the going fast. You carry on.
Yeah, now right now the next thing we need to do is, so to complete the game, basically we want to have the ability to get to Luneru. In order to get to Luneru, we want to get to Elden. So next goal is to finish Skyview to get the Ruby tablet to get to Elden. And well, one quick thing here on Andy's, he did one cutscene skip again, and there's gonna be a cutscene skip here as well by hitting the Stalfos, so they won't be mad at him and run at him. Meanwhile, Jade has gotten the ability to get on the Loftwing by saving a file that had a Loftwing, so the information got updated, and she can actually enter the sky and do what we just did in the normal gameplay. The difference, however, now is that she has access to all the files. So when she selects a file, she selects that information. And our boy Fledge, that we talked to at the start, he actually knows the secret way to behind the temple. So when we select a file with the Skyloft flags, we will also activate the flag that we got from talking to Fledge, and we'll explain it a bit more in detail later. But basically, in Sealed Grounds, the Fledge flag corresponds to that log being down. So that way we can actually skip all of Sealed Temple, where we don't have to do the whole healing the spike and stuff. We can just go over to behind the temple, and then go into Farum Woods, and then go even further into Deep Woods. So that's the plan, and for that we need to vine down. That's basically the main thing. Is normally you would use the slingshot for that, the vine at the end of the woods, and the way to avoid that is to the same thing with Fledge. Basically, when we went into that house, we actually got the flag for that vine here. So what we can do is we can get that applied to Farum Woods, which is going to be a little more complicated than it was with the log. And that way we can just walk into Deep Woods. So in order to get this applied, because it's a bit more difficult to update that specific thing, we need to die. And that's why we're saving here. So we can just respawn a little bit closer. There's not too many enemies here, unfortunately, so that's why we go so deep into it before we die. And after that, we can get to the vine, and then into Deep Woods, and then into Skyview. And also, I know all of this is going to be confusing, but luckily we can explain it 3 times. So, hopefully the next time we get to this section, we all understood back in time a bit more, and it's going to be a lot easier to understand what's happening. So, just a heads up there. No worries if there's some questions also, you know. Feel free to ask, obviously. And now the vine's gonna be down. There will be a test, for sure. Yep. Remember, right? You need to die to update the vine.
I'll be proctoring the exam later so we can test everyone's back-in-time knowledge.
Yes, yes. And now some interesting things gonna happen. So, there is, in order to, like, start the whole, like, Skyview door opening, that gets triggered also by a flag that we also have. That was saving a little remnant, actually. So we trigger that, and the crystal gets hit, and the cutscene starts, and the cutscene moves Link to a position. So we're now in that position, which means we can beautifully move into Skyview, and we do a reverse bit warp again, but this time a bit different, because the reverse bit warp is not just loading the other stage, it is actually loading our coordinates onto the other stage if we are not saved at a save prompt, which means we're in the middle of Skyview suddenly, and we skipped very much, as you've probably seen since we watched HD side.
Yeah, you may have picked up on it, but Jade did not collect the slingshot. Which means that Jade is not allowed to collect any items that are on the B wheel, including the beetle. But very conveniently, the coordinates that we get when reverse bit warping into Skyview are deep enough into the temple that we don't need to use the beetle anymore. So that's not really much of a concern here. Also, I would like to congratulate Andy on doing the peg skip earlier, which saved him about 20 seconds over pushing in both pegs through the Earth Temple Bridge. Also, nice job by Jade for getting past the spider. We are now 2 for 2 on getting past the spider first try.
Yeah, so much happening, unfortunately. Earth Temple has so many funny little cutscene skips. We couldn't quite all, or like movement tactic, we couldn't quite all get into it. But we will see some of it again when SD runners get there. I think we might have time for like a quick donation here.
Yeah.
Wonderful. I can do quick. We have a $20 donation from Bewilderbeast. He says, Gira Hams! Which, if you haven't seen the emote, then will make no sense whatsoever. And Beast is in for that ornament raffle, so if you would like to be in with a chance of winning one of Wicked Midna's absolutely beautiful Legend of Zelda ornaments, make sure you get your donations in. Just one $20 donation. Make sure you check it at checkout. Just one entry per person, and you could be in with a chance. Was that quick enough?
That was beautiful. Absolutely perfect. So, we're gonna hear face Caldera now on Andy's side, and Girahim on Jade's side, and we might talk about both bosses since we didn't have quite the time earlier to talk about Girahim. Well, we'll see what we can do here. So, Scaldera is pretty straightforward. We just wanna get the bomb into his mouth and then hit the eyeball, but the eyeball does move somewhat randomly, and we will try to do certain amounts of damage because we have 2 different ways of doing damage. Also yes, the second H also. Can't forget that.
Yeah? What?
Still a beautiful dough that you made.
It's not going to get old at all.
And we have 2 different ways to make damage. We have the Skyward Strikes, which do massive sword damage, and we have the normal attack of a sword, Sword Hill, which does the goddess sword damage. So we can do specific damage to prevent him from going in, if it all works out, into a second phase. And the second phase is where you, like, yeah, that's the second phase. That was just a little bit off, unfortunately. Sometimes he just doesn't let you do the strike that you want to do. And basically try to avoid that because he will run up, but H did find a good way to like throw the bomb early so he doesn't run up all the way, so that's a good job there. But now he probably will run up. Oh, nice. And that way we can try to avoid that phase entirely and get the like quicker boss kill.
There we go.
This was also very quick. Giram, on the other hand, we don't want darts. Especially vertical darts. Everything else, great. And looks like, I couldn't quite see, I don't know if you saw Jim, but it looks like it was pretty fast.
Yeah. I believe actually Jade did figure out a way to knock back the vertical darts without knocking Girahim back recently, so I guess vertical darts are now equal to other darts. At least
it probably is difficult. It's still something you don't want to see necessarily. But yeah. So we won't be getting this heart container, mainly because we won't actually have it at the end of the game anymore, so there's no reason to take it.
Yeah, Jade's gonna be switching. So Jade's currently playing on file 3, I believe.
Yes.
And she will be switching over to file 1, actually. Because file 3's purpose was to just get the Ruby tablet, which she's going to be getting here momentarily. And then we're going to be using Back in Time to put the effects of the Ruby tablet onto file 1 and continuing the run with file 1.
Actually, we'll take file 3 a little bit longer.
Oh, that's right.
We gonna keep file 1 until after Earth Temple. The Amber tablet is the tablet we wanna get onto our file 1.
Right.
Which is a complicated. It's very complicated, but very convenient for routing. It's very beautiful once you figure out why it is the way it is, but it is very weird once you hear it. So we do have the Amber tablet for Andy, and he will place it. He can get the Nehru. Just the last region that we will unlock. Big region. There's gonna be a lot of regions inside of that, of course, still. The last tablet, which for SD, as we will see, will be the last thing we'll need. We'll just need a tablet, and then we're almost ready. Which is crazy to think about, since there's so much still left for the HD run. Yeah, so now we want to place the tablet as fast as we can, and there is a cutscene after you finish Skyview, and in order to not have to deal with that, we decided to save and quit at the prompt, so we avoid a cutscene. And then we started file 2 to activate Back in Time again. And now we can do a reverse bit warp again. This time again with a save prompt. So a save prompt means that it will just load the entrance and not coordinates. So normally reverse bit warp, as we saw in Skyview, will take your coordinates from your file and apply it to the area you're loading. But if you save the save prompt, the game will instead load the area normally, because that's what happens after a save prompt. It will enter a new area after save prompt and load that normally. So
I also, on Andy's side, he did a similar trick to what you do at the beginning, where you jump off the platform in a specific way to load closer to Farron, except this time he dove around Skyloft for a while so that he could load into the sky closer to Lanayru. Which saves like 15 seconds if done correctly, I believe. Quite a
pretty cool.
Hefty amount of time save.
Like cool dive. Now not so cool minecart pushing.
Yeah, it's time for 40 seconds of minecart pushing.
Gotta need your 40 seconds. I mean, at best 40 seconds. There's also some, good riddance, hopefully. There's also some electric shoes that really want to eat you. So now another interesting thing, another reverse bit warp. By the way, reverse bit warp, the naming, because there is a bit warp, and a bit warp is the other way around. It is, you get the stage, I'm blanking. Basically, what we're doing right now is still a reverse bit warp into Elden. I think I should explain that first. So we can actually explain why we get the Loftwing here. We save a file with the Loftwing, and saving commits what we call story flags, so stuff that is like story progression that's very important that every place needs to know about. The Loftwing is one of that. And that allows us to now be able to call a Loftwing and fly into the sky, but we want to make sure to fly into the sky with a file that has a Loftwing tutorial on it, which is going to be file 2. Because if it's another file with like tuning or something, or no Loftwing save, then it will crash. And now we're going to go into Farron in Back in Time again, but only shortly. Because the main thing we want here is coordinates of a statue for a reverse bit warp, because as I said, we need to use the coordinates on our file and apply them to the area we load in Back in Time. So we get the coordinates from the behind the temple statue, and we'll load that into Elden, and that will put us nicely out of bounds, and we can just run around and skip everything on Elden. So that's why it's worth going all that detour instead of just flying into Elden right away.
So Andy doing some break slide stuff to get through the Lanayru mine a little bit faster than you would probably be able to.
So here we're getting the into temple coordinates, and then we will fly back out and fly over to Elden while in back in time. And there's a nice thing that the Elden Pill is actually inside the area of the Lockring tutorial for some reason. We could dive obviously to it if it would be like not far outside of it, but it's an interesting facet that the pillar is actually reachable without any diving or anything. Just fly to it.
Yeah. There's a cool little trick that we can do here, where we dive off of the Loftwing, though, and then dive into the zipper that's over here. And then if we call our Loftwing and then go into the zipper is actually out of where, like, the bounds are, of where the game tries to keep the Loftwing. So the Loftwing gets pushed into the zipper for an extended period of time, which actually increases its flight speed and allows us to get to where the Elden Pillar is faster.
And now we load it by starting it, and now we load into Elden with the coordinates of the behind the temple statue, because that's where our file was saved that we started. And now look at, we are totally out of bounds, and we can just run around up to Earth Temple.
Yeah, thankfully there just happens to be like a path that you can run on the side here where you don't like slip and fall down. It's very convenient.
Yeah, also the side up of the lava later on is very convenient. It works out to be very fast. And the reason we can just go to Earth Temple and ignore everything else, like the digging mitts, which you'd use to get the key pieces, is because we can do a trick called reverse bit magic. And yet there's also bit magic. And reverse bit magic, it just happens that the reverse things seem to be more interesting in the end. For this route specifically. Reverse bit magic basically is what we did with the pillar at the start, but more complicated behavior, because there's different stages in this game, like Elden, Farron, Skyloft, and all of these share the same flags. There's always this certain amount of flags for different actions, and if we get one in back in time and apply them to our file, it will mean different things on different stages. So if we do something on Skyloft and put that onto our Elden file, it will mean something different in Elden, which we're gonna use in order to get to things earlier than we should. Also, clean, good job by Andy to get over the break slides there. Do you want to explain?
Yeah, so Andy did a series of break slides there to essentially skip going to the West Desert, where the Temple of Time is, which is a nice few-minute time save, because going around that area normally is very slow. But with break sliding, we can very quickly access the rest of the main desert area, where all of the nodes are that we need to activate to raise up the Lanayru mining facility.
Yeah, we'll need to get all the nodes in order to raise Lanayru in the end and do that dungeon. Meanwhile, Jade is going for a specific flag on Skyloft, which, as I said, will mean something else in Elden. So right now it's going to be pushing the gravestone, which will open the shed, and putting that onto Elden. So there's a certain flag number which is going to mean something in Elden, because obviously you're not supposed to open the shed while being in Elden, so there was no reason to have them be different spaces. And it's open the Earth Temple door, and since we're so close to Earth Temple, it will trigger immediately the cutscene of entering Earth Temple. And now we're in Earth Temple. Jade quickly catching up.
No key pieces required.
Yeah. And no digging mitts.
Although the fact that Jade does not have the beetle makes this next section a little more interesting. Because there is a rope that's located higher up than these first two. These first two are obviously on the ground. You can just slash them with your sword. But we instead, for the one that's up here, have to do a Skyward strike using this keys. Where basically Jade's going to wait for the keys to line up in a good direction in front of her so that she can angle the Skyward strike upwards to hit the rope, which should work there. Yep, very nice.
That was keys was not really helping, but it worked out in the end, so that's all that matters.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're also going to not use the bomb bag, obviously, so we won't get that. So the only thing we need to do is get to the next section, which is going to require raising that bridge. And luckily there is just the flag for that. And funnily enough, through pure coincidence, it is actually the exact same flag that we just got, which kind of shows how like every area like has a different meaning. So opening the shed was opening the Earth Temple door in Elden, but now it means something different because we're in Earth Temple. And in Earth Temple it means the ability to raise the bridge, which is what we're going to do now. So you're going to see the exact same thing we just saw, but different consequences.
Andy going through the lightning node now. They did the fire node first, and then came over here to the lightning node, smartly moving the free cam so that the Ampulus that's to his right was off screen so that it wasn't moving and it couldn't attack him at all.
Yep. Let's think about how like a moment for the nation here, because we have been talking a lot.
Lovely, thank you so much. We have one from Golden Devil 1711 for $20, also in for the ornament set from Wicked Midna. And another one from our very own PippyInATopHat, who will be jumping on very, very soon. Again for $20, and she says, I love the title screen. I'm glad, Pippy, because you're going to be seeing it a lot. And Pippy is also in for that ornament raffle. Oh, fresh in, if I've got time for one more.
Yep.
We've also got one from the wonderful Greg, who's also donated $20, and he says, Bat chest. And he's also in for that raffle for Wicked Midna's absolutely adorable ornaments. You need these in your life, people. For just one $20 donation, you could be in with a chance of winning these. So it's just one per person. And just make sure you check the incentive when you check out as well. Back to you, team.
Yeah, so one last node for Andy, and almost at the end of Earth Temple for Jade. Just being able to raise the bridge like that. We did need to reload the area, just like the Vine. Some stuff needs an actual reload through death, or like reloading going outside and inside to actually have taken effect. Other things like logs and stuff, they get activated like immediately. So that's why we needed to die there, to just load in the change. And now we can actually talk about stutter sprinting, which we couldn't because I was talking so much when Andy was doing it. If you repeatedly press A here, you actually can reserve some more stamina and get up this ridge as you shouldn't normally be able to with just one stamina wheel. So nice time save there. No need to actually that would require bombs, so that's actually completely impossible for us right now to solve that puzzle. So that's nice that we can just avoid it very nicely like that. It also seems like Andy is about to be able to enter the naval mining facility. So look closely to Andy, because we only see LMF once in all these 4 runs.
What? Jade isn't going to do the Lanayra mining facility?
Could she?
How are they going to complete the game without the Lanayra mining facility?
That's true, yeah.
Are you saying that she's cheating?
I mean, I don't know. Like, must be something up here for sure.
These are serious allegations, team.
I mean, as we all know, glitches are cheating. Also, D.
Oh no, no.
Well, I think we can safely say that nothing Jade has done so far is a glitch. So hopefully that keeps up.
Yeah.
Phew.
Just
Thanks for
enjoying
clarifying,
yourself
Jin.
Yeah.
on the title screen. Now we can see a requirement for the hook beetle right there. There are ways to avoid a lot of hook beetle requirements, but that is definitely not one of them.
Yeah.
At least with what we have at our disposal.
Yeah, the only way that you'd be able to skip the hook beetle in that room is if you also could like get the whip early from Ancient Cistern, but that's not
Part here.
something that you can do. Also, nice watermelon glitch on Andy's side as
Yeah.
the stamina meter that looks like it's burned out, but it's not actually burned out. He does very much still have stamina.
So now in for Scaldera, but oh wait, we don't have bombs. But luckily, the area that we fight Scaldera in does have bombs. And it is pretty tricky, somewhat tricky at least. But by timing it well, you are able to also activate him rolling it down. And if he's high enough, you won't roll as much down. And then you can roll a bomb, as you can see here, and it will still reach him and put in before it explodes. That's not too easy, and it requires that he doesn't roll all the way down. But now here's a problem. In his second phase, he does roll all the way down, so we can't use that anymore. So first and foremost, we would like to try to avoid that by just doing the perfect amount of damage. If it does happen that we don't, we'll have to do a little bit of cheese. Every time he ends his rolling, there's like a moment we hit him with a Skyward Strike to do some damage. As we will see here, I think. So like right there, you can hit him down like that, and do some damage. And we'll use that in order to be able to defeat him without bombs.
Yeah, it's important to make sure that you do the quick spins on the cycle before he goes into this phase really quick, because if you take too long, then you won't be able to hit his eye with the Skyward Strike when he's all the way at the bottom.
Good job there. Also, an nice slingshot shot there from Andy. Hitting that Hamster Stone you should probably normally hit with Beetle, but you can just aim high enough to get the slingshot do the job. So that's a lot faster, obviously. Now we got the Amber Tablet, which is kind of all we need, actually. As you might have noticed, there's gonna be 3 runs against 1 here. So obviously there's gonna be something massive that SD can do in order to justify that. So I was scared that the thing with the Beamos would stun lock him. Can be really rude right there.
Yeah, LMF a little scary on just one part, but Andy should be able to make it to the Gust Bellows fine now at this point.
Yeah.
In HD's version of Hop Across Boxes.
So now we're actually gonna say goodbye to File 3. We've been playing on it for a while, and I got a little bit stale. So last thing we'll do with File 3 is we're going to get into Earth Temple to get the Earth Temple flags, because we've done a lot of stuff in Earth Temple, so we have a lot of things to play with, which will have a lot of interesting effects. So that's why we want a file in Earth Temple, and now we can say goodbye. Chat, say goodbye to File 3. We're going to do a back in time and switch over to File 1 in just a second here. And this one is going to be the same thing we did at the very start, which is RBMing the parent pillar, but this time we are RBMing the Lanayru pillar onto file 1. And then we're gonna keep playing with file 1, which remember is at the very, very start of the game. It's before saving the Loftwing, but we did, like, very sneakily, you probably missed it. We sneakily saved it in Parent Woods, actually, when we did the very confusing reverse bit warp into Skyview. So file 3 is obviously gonna be still there to give us some flags, but we're gonna play now on file 1. So we're gonna start, get the flag for the Nehru pillar, and then we will have the Nehru pillar on file 1, and then we can fly there. Similar gas spells here, first time. It's not the first time, we did some sand stuff before, but the first gate we open.
Yeah, the movement in LMF is pretty cool, and being able to play optimally, like with the propellers and the platforms, is actually pretty difficult to do. So,
sure,
a lot of cool minor optimizations that go on here. You can also stab the Beamos, so make sure that he does not get in our way while we're unlocking the next door.
Well, yeah. As you can see, we are in Farron, but this is before saving the Loftwing, which means this is the default sky layer, so no barriers, which is huge because the barrier actually is so far away from the neighbor that there's no way of making it with a dive, unfortunately. So there's no way with a barrier to get there, so we need a file before the Loftwing or a file with tuning. But we want to keep one file before the Loftwing for some bit shenanigans, and which is why we're required to play now on a file before the Loftwing. So we'll see again tunicless. You might be confused, but that's because we played on file 3 earlier, which had a tunic. But one doesn't. So we're back to Skyward Close. I hope I didn't say that. Bit shenanigans.
Bit space shenanigans.
Yes.
Is that time for me to jump in quickly?
Yes.
I would say so, yeah.
Wonderful, thank you. Just to say, I am with you for just over another half hour, and we are so close to hitting halfway to our target. Our target for the whole marathon is $2,500. We are now at $1196.90. Please, team, if you can spare it, we would really appreciate your donations. We have an incentive running at the minute to win some of Wicked Midna's absolutely adorable Legend of Zelda themed ornaments. All you need to be in with the running of winning some is a $20 donation. Just make sure you check it out when you do your donation. We've got one $20 donation from RG who says, "Good luck to all runners." Yes, every single runner at RAF this time around. You guys are doing an amazing job. Special thanks to the tech team and the very special organisers who set this all up. Agreed. Type 1 if Arju is poggers, by the way. And Arju is in the running. I will go back to you.
Yeah, so what we're doing right now is a bit warp. Finally, we did always the reverse version. And as you can see, we saved and start at the same time here to do a bit warp. And what it does, it takes the coordinates from back in time and applies it to the place we're at. So we were at the Lanayru Mines, but now we loaded Lanayru Mines with the coordinates of that statue we just saved at. So as you can see, we're just somewhere completely different on this place here, and very far out of bounds. Luckily, Lanayru Mines has kilometers of out of bounds collision, so we can just confidently walk back to collision, to other stuff, actual load zones, and actually get to Gorge very early.
So Andy doing the minecart ride trick here, where you can just get on the minecart and then activate it to ride over to where the boss key room is without having to do or go around this room the long way.
Yeah, really nice shortcut here. Allowing us to get over there safely. There is the option to like early jump off, but this is so scary because at any moment you could be exactly standing like that where it immediately pushes you off the moment you do anything. And you don't get a roll in. Meanwhile, we actually will see the Nehru Gorge. You might remember this as like the last place you kind of can explore. Because usually there's a Goron blocking you from entering here, but because we're so early into the game, actually we don't have that layer where the Goron is there, so we can just walk through, and we're here. And the reason why we're here is because we would like to get to the boss rush minigame. And that's the reason, because getting to the boss rush early and getting to the boss rush in general, actually, has some interesting ability for us to skip some of the game, as you will see.
Yeah, the boss rush is basically our ticket to beating the game, which we won't just see in the Wii version, but also in HD as well. The boss rush is basically the golden ticket in Skyward Sword to the end of the game.
Yeah. The only difference is that we can get it a lot earlier in SD. So the problem, however, is like, okay, boss rush means healing the Thunder Dragon. Healing the Thunder Dragon means like, oh, well, that's so much. But mainly, like, we need to do like the main card escort, which needs like all items, and we have 0. Can't even activate the minecart really right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to make the journey as little and as easy as possible, which we're going to do through 2 RBMs specifically for the minecart, which we're going to see right now, both in Elden. And the first one is going to remove a rock that is blocking the minecart from finishing to the track, and the other one will actually activate the minecart. So again, these are RBMs, so it's going to be, well, it means, for example, right here, it's going to be the cutscene of the Goron talking to us after the statue is saved. It's going to mean something completely different in the name Gorge, which means removing a rock. And this specific RBM is also why we need Tunic, because Tunic is required to have Goron appear there. And if the Goron isn't there, then there's no way to get the cutscene that we need to have the rock explode. Also nice hop there to avoid the rupee text here. And we can go for the second RBM. And we're actually gonna see Machi finally.
Oh my goodness.
Nice. Actually, both for SD.
Everyone get your Kikwi emotes ready. Oh, wow.
Yeah, so
two game overs at the same time.
yeah, wow, that's nice. So Machi actually knows the secret way for the minecart to activate. So we're gonna have to save him just to get the information, you know? So one interesting fact I should probably mention, we'll get more time to talk about that as we go for the next runs and so on. We can load the Loftwing a little bit quicker now instead of just saving, because we have a flag on file 3 which instead like would normally activate like a cutscene on Skyloft, and that updates our story flags and allowing us to call our Loftwing, making it a little bit faster. Get to the sky and into fair, and like every little thing counts, right? For speedrunning. Meanwhile, Andy is killing Mulrak by just trying his best to stunlock him with the slingshot constantly.
Yeah, also pushing Molderek back to get up against the wall to set up for the second phase of the fight, where we'll try to repeatedly get a lot of stabs in. So that
he can't run away.
does not have time to burrow down. And that is the perfect second phase.
Nice. So Jade is now going to actually save one Kikui somewhat. And basically the first time you like talk to Machi when he gets up, you can get the flag, and that flag again means something completely different in Many Gorge, which activates the minecart running. And the last thing we need to do after that is to get the minecart to the end. So nice hit on the Kobans can be a little bit tricky here because of the tile screen like interfering with everything you want to do. But that worked out very well. And we've saved him. Yay! And now we get the long... First a long flying segment and a long like minecart section here for Andy. Which is funny because technically Jade should be at the longest minecart section, but we're going to skip a lot of it. So next up is another bit warp. This time in Gorge, which is a different place than the Nehru Mines. So we will go to the statue that has the right coordinates, and then we will apply these coordinates to Gorge, and then we can be out of bounds. And there's a funny thing, the moment the minecart escort is started, or the minecart is moving around, there's actually going to be checkpoints along the road, because it's a very, very long minecart ride, and usually like you can die on each section or void or whatever. And I guess they would put you all the way back, I'm not sure, but voiding would put you to the checkpoints. So in order to not like have you like constantly redo everything, they have these checkpoints in, but they didn't think about that we could be out of bounds and run to the last checkpoint and get the minecart there, because obviously you shouldn't be able to get out of bounds. So that's exactly what we're doing. We get to the last point, we get the checkpoint, we void, and then we and the minecart is put to the last checkpoint, and we can complete the minecart escort.
Yes, now Andy has completed the game's first 3 dungeons and now has the harp. So he has entered the second third of the game, at least as we sort of divide it up. And Jade is now going for what we call the jank jump, because the collision here doesn't quite reach where we want it to, so we have to do this really weird jump to get up onto the upper part here, which went very nicely.
And we meet Groose again. Hey,
it's Groose.
I think we saw him like once in the HD version at the very start, and then we have been ignoring him. Poor guy. He's also the hero, you know? So some brake slides for Jade here to get the checkpoint. The checkpoint is right in front of that door. That should do it. And we'll put minecart and Jade to the last checkpoint. And there's normally a rock that blocks the last spot here, but we did get rid of that. So just a moment, you need to see, yeah, that's right there where the pillar is. There's normally a rock upon it, which allows the minecart to not go any further. Some nice music now for Andy. Ballad of the Goddess.
If we have any donations right now, this would be prime time to read them.
Wonderful, thank you so much. So we have a $20 donation from The King's Pride, who will be taking over in just about half an hour's time. And they say, title screen! And they are also in the running for Wicked Midna's absolutely gorgeous ornament set. If you're wanting to be in with a chance of winning those, make sure you get your donations in, team. And when you check them out, make sure you check the incentive. Type !donate in chat to find out how. I may be sitting here telling you, please get your donations in. You really want to win these ornaments. I haven't really mentioned what we're doing all this for. So we are here going fast tonight to support a really, really important cause, and that's Planned Parenthood. They're an organisation which provides access to safe birth control in whatever form that might take, if it's hormone therapies, STI treatments, and more. If you'd like to and you're able to support, make sure you type !donate in chat to find out how. And back to you, Constantine.
Yeah, so we finished the minecart escort on Jade's side, and we are starting the first imprisoned fight on Andy's side. The important part here is to try to hit the spike 3 times. The imprisoned is somewhat, in the first phase especially, is moving around a lot, so a bit annoying, but we just gotta wait for him to stand up and hit the spike again. So Jade, on the other hand, is going for the last bit in the run. Crazy. Which is specifically healing the Thunder Dragon. Which is like, yeah, okay, you did all that cool stuff to get a minecart there, and now you can like get to the past, and that's great. But like, there's like a not healthy Thunder Dragon there that can't have you play the game on an early boss rush game, the boss rush game. But we can just tell him to get nicer by just looking at Skyview, and then he is like, okay, I guess I'm fine now. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to start as we get the flag for the Skyview intro, which has a flag attached to it, and we get that onto our file 1, which applies it to Gorge, and in the Naval Gorge it is connected to a fight trigger, which will be the fight trigger after we have healed Thunder Dragon, which will be why the Thunder Dragon's healed, because fire tells it, and sets the flags for it. So that's nice. And then we can access boss rush.
So this is actually the last back in time in the run.
Yeah. Crazy. And also, basically we need to get to Skyview again, so we're going to do the same idea we did earlier with like dying in order to get the vine down. But this time we can do it a bit closer, as you can see here, because we actually can that first log, we have the flag for the first log, so we can get to this Octorok a lot quicker and die a lot quicker to get the update going. And now the vine's down, and now we can just cruise on over, activate the Skyview door cutscene again, then teleport over to that because that's what the cutscene does, and then after the switches are hit, there's going to be a flag for the door opening, and that's exactly what we want. So we're going to start right before that happens, so it will apply to our file. Bam! We'll have a fight text that tells us that the Thunder Dragon is healed. Meanwhile, we're using the amiibo here to get quickly out of the Seal Temple, because obviously getting to a statue takes a lot longer. Amiibo is a new thing for HD, and it's mostly used to optimize going into the sky and getting like a little bit quicker movement here and there. Unfortunately, it's like blocked in most of these places where it could potentially lead to some sequence breaks, but the game has been prepared for that and doesn't allow you to use the amiibo in some places, so we can't really do some cool sequence breaks with it if we wanted to. It's important to get some hearts here, because for Jade, we're actually going to enter a boss fight, and it's actually going to be the second to last fight in the game, Girahim 3. as we would call him. Third iteration of Girahim. And
this is one of the reasons that hero mode is important, because if you try to do this run on not hero mode, you can't fight bosses that you haven't fought yet during the boss rush. But if you're in hero mode, you do get to fight bosses that you fought in normal mode, so that you can fight Girahim 3 without ever having to actually fight him in hero mode yet, which is very important for making this work.
Yeah. So
yeah, in the Girahim 3 fight, right? The game essentially puts, well, for the boss rush mode in general, right? The game puts you in a special mini game state so that once you beat the boss, you simply go back to the Thunder Dragon and you don't just like continue the game from there, because the game basically does just throw you into where you normally fight the boss, but then yoinks you back out once you beat the boss. So what we're instead going to do here is we're going to essentially be canceling that minigame state so that the game thinks, oh, there's no minigame state right now, which means that you are in the real Girahim 3 fight, which is right at the end of the game. And the way we're going to do this is we're actually going to access a save statue that's on this map. But we have to do some pretty weird shenanigans to get to the save statue, because normally it's like, blocked off by a fence that we aren't supposed to be able to go through or get around. But the fence is open at the top, so we can drop down into it. And the way that we're going to do that is we first have to get the platform that Girahim lands on to be very low, because when you fall off of the platforms in this fight, there's actually a void plane below the platforms that rises and falls with the platform itself. So to get down to the statue, which is all the way on the ground, we have to get the platform low enough so that the void plane is below where the statue is, which should be about right here.
yeah.
So Andy's going to jump off here and then jump off again into where the statue is, and because the void plane is under the floor, he's not going to trigger it, which will allow him to, or sorry, Jade is running the Wii version, which will allow Jade to save and quit. Out back to the title screen, and then immediately load the file again, which will now get rid of the temporary minigame state, and so the game is like, oh, this is the real Girahim 3 fight. But we do have a bit of a problem. The fight restarted and Girahim's all the way up at the top again. But that's no problem for us because we can simply do a butt slide up this fence to get out. And then for some reason there's a very small gap in this fence right here, so Jade's going to do a lineup to get into position and then hop through the fence.
You're right,
the lineup is a bit precise to do, so...
Yeah, and also Girahim can also be a little bit annoying here because the game really wants you to target him, no matter where you are. You can see Link like looking up, like he really wants to target Girahim right here, but he can't. But instead we will try to get him down here to us. He still doesn't stand above us, so we'll try to get him down, and we'll do that by avoiding, because avoiding will, just like in the fight, will re-put you, like with Girahim, on the last safe space, which, since we're on a bunch of safe space here, we can actually get Girahim to us. As we will do very shortly, and right here. So Girahim and us get to the last safe space, and it looks a little bit weird, because it is. And now we'll try our best to get back into bounds, which will require us getting Girahim over the fence. So we're like actually in the fight territory again. So we'll just have him like be in the air a bit until he realizes that he should maybe fall over. And now with a good position we can get through the fence and with an ending blow, getting us back into the fight proper. We still have to do a lot of moving, so it's a little bit scary here. If you get Girahim too far out, because he sometimes doesn't realize that the platform is moving as fast as it does, and he can like stand in the air where there's no place there. And now we're back into the normal fight.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter for this first phase right here, but Jade only has the Goddess Sword for this fight, which is significantly weaker than the True Master Sword, which is the sword that the game expects you to have at this point. and it scales the damage that Girahim needs to be defeated with the damage of the True Master Sword. But thankfully, we still do have the power of the True Master Sword in our Skyward Strike. So ideally right here, Jade will be able to land some Skyward Strike stabs on the Girahim's chest, but it is very hard to stun-lock Girahim with the Goddess Sword because of how long it takes to actually charge up the Skyward Strike with the Goddess Sword. But thankfully, she was able to get it right there.
Yeah, only the Skyward Strike, not the hilt, has to hit Girahim in order to stun-lock him.
Yep.
Which is another part that complicates this whole thing, because he will have to move back in order to just have the Skyward Strike hit. The reason it stun locks is probably because of that Skyward Strike doodle you can do, where you get hit at the end and stun locked. But you can also do it when he's vulnerable, as we've seen here. Very nice. Getting in through his, I guess, second phase, and now third phase, which is, yeah.
Yeah, this one is just slow.
Yeah.
We don't get the increased damage from the Skyward Strike on this phase for some reason.
Yeah, and especially there's no stun lock for Skyward Strike.
Yeah.
Because this phase doesn't have the, like, Skyward Strike's struggle, so there's no reason to have that stun lock, and so all we can do is always one hit, which is a very weak one hit.
It gets physically tiring to do this fight when you're running it, because you have to do this. Because you have to do all the stuff for the previous phases, and you have to constantly do this one 4 times as much as you would if you had the True Master Sword.
There's this weird black ichor, and that can also happen. You run out of stamina because you do it so often. There's a big ichor in the middle because we never, like, this is from the first spike that you should normally seal at the very start when you first go into Steel Grounds, but we never did that. So that's why it is here.
Alright, so Jade just has Demise left, and Pippi will be taking up the mantle afterwards, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Also, let's see if Andy... Alright, very nice. Andy was able to get the harp cancel.
We see, like, a weird cutscene.
Yeah, so now we see a weird cutscene where the Thunderhead opens up. Because basically everything that Andy did for the past, like, 15 minutes was to open up the Thunderhead. It's a very long side quest that we have... Or not even side quest, it's required, but we have to do it for the run.
And now, like, the thing moves around, obviously.
Yeah.
Perfectly working here. Yeah, so basically you can press B the moment, like, the reel fills in, like the song thing, the last pillar comes in. And if you do that, you will skip, like, the song part of it, which is a little bit sad because the songs are nice, but we need to go fast, so I'm sorry. And in this case, it triggers the cutscene of opening the Thunderhead first before it triggers moving the light tower. So that's interesting and kind of funny looking.
So Jade going ham in on Demise here, getting the nice stun lock in with the backflip jump slash. It's through the first phase very quickly, and the second phase will also be similarly quick. Obviously, we're going to start with 2 backflips, dodge the attack from Demise, and then during his next attack, we can start a stun lock on him to get him to fall down. Note that we cannot do the final blow on him the first time he falls down because it's not long enough, so we have to wait for the second one, and that is GG's for Jade.
GG.
Which means that Pippi now gets to start up immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So nice job, Jade. I believe that was a 116 for Jade, roughly, so pretty decent.
Nice.
Yep.
So that's very great. Luckily, Demise is hit-based, so the Goddess Sword is totally fine using that instead of any other sword. Very nice. Makes the last fight very smooth and cool. And hi, Fledge again. How are you doing? It's been a while. We need your flag because we want to get to the behind the temple. Meanwhile, Andy is opening the Thunderhead here. Little puzzle. There is the ability, like, jump off the loft wing and fly into the little hole at the end there, but it is definitely not worth the effort of trying it instead of just solving this puzzle. Yeah, now with new knowledge, we get into the next run. So now we know, okay, so we do all of this stuff here to get some extra flags. We need these extra flags specifically for the Skyview reverse bit work that we do later on. Because there we need to have the ability to get to behind the temple from the Seal Temple. We'll need to have the Vine down to get to Deepwoods, and we'll have to need the flag, which is saving the Remlet right here, to open the door into Skyview. That's kind of why we do these weird things at first, because obviously these are not required. We're not required to save the Remlet here. But we still do it for the flags, so we can apply them to a different area in Back in Time. Which is actually, that's actually what's called bit magic. It is applying flags from your file and having them take effect in Back in Time. So that stuff differently happens in Back in Time.
Yeah, and the reason, that we have the regular and the reverse convention is because the non-reverse ones were discovered first.
Yeah.
And then the reverse ones were discovered, so we're like, alright, well, the one that was discovered last is now the reverse one.
It's a cool theme. We have the here and there. And now, wait, is this gonna be the trend here? We're gonna fail one jump on the killing post? Each runner?
I could see it happening.
I mean, Jasnix, you gotta, if you hear me, one fail jump. It was just perfect. The same way. Like it just looked like.
If you saw two of these runs with no commentary, you would think that was intentional.
Yes, that's true. Maybe I shouldn't said anything. Just be like, it's intentional. We're just checking out the grounds. Oh no, Pippi.
Yeah, that death
So
though, I don't
early.
think that death was intentional.
Yeah, that's so early already.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, harp cancel.
Unfortunately, Andy missing the harp cancel there. I don't think we've talked about this yet, but Andy. So in Skyward Sword HD, you have two types of controls. You have motion controls or button controls. Motion controls are overall faster for the run for a few specific reasons. But button controls actually do make a few tricks kind of easier to do, and one of them is this harp cancel trick right here. I believe brake sliding is also easier with a pro controller, which you can't use like the sword motion controls with. So it's kind of a trade-off depending on what you want to do. But yeah, it's unfortunate that if you miss harp cancel, you have to open up the trial gate completely again before you can try to do the next harp cancel. There we go.
Nice.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Pippi getting the Farron Pillar REM again. And one thing you saw also is she bit saved the 5-1 right there. So the interesting thing about the title screen layer is that, saving on it will actually bring you to the title layer itself, which means the goddess statue will be open. Because that's just what you see on the title screen. There's an open goddess statue there. And same thing here again. Luckily, Farron is a story flag, so it's easy to understand. You just start before that flag for the Farron Pillar sets, and after that, it will be applied to your file, and you have the Farron Pillar file. And since we have bit saved, is what we call it, because we saved in Back in Time, and we call it bit saved. Because we bit saved, we'll also land on the title screen layer after that, which allows us to immediately go back into the goddess statue and actually get the goddess sword. Me getting the tears here. to get the Gale, Water Dragon Scale. Order to go into Lake Floria and do Ancient Cistern as the goal here. I think there's a good moment here for anything, as we are just doing the Skyloft sections and the trial section here. Just collecting some tiers, some nice movement from Andy.
Yep.
Wonderful, thank you so much. It's actually time for me to leave you all. So thank you so much for having me for the past 2 hours. And thank you so much for achieving my dream. My dream of reaching the halfway point during my shift. You're also so generous, and it means so much to Planned Parenthood and to us as well. Just got one final donation to read, and that's from GMO Pasta for $60. And they say, good luck with the runners, good luck with the commentators, and good luck with the fundraisers. And Pasta is in the running for Wicked Midna's wonderful ornaments. So you can as well if you type in !donate in chat. And all that's left is me to say a massive thank you. This is such a fantastic thing that our community does. To think it all stemmed from a little bit of a joke of going, oh, well, if we didn't get into DDQ, let's just do our own marathon. And that we've managed to raise over $13,000 since we first started. It's absolutely incredible, and such a credit to all of you lot, just being the fantastic community that you are. So thank you so much. Don't ever change. And I will pass over to the King's Pride. Thank you so much, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much, H. My name is The King's Pride, and I'll be your host for the next little while until this run is over. It's going great so far, though. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it's going pretty good. I don't think anyone's made any like major mistakes or anything so far. So,
very interesting still.
I mean, I guess the Skyward Sword Wii runners did die at the beginning pretty quickly there. I don't know what that was about.
Yeah,
other than that, everything's been good.
Yeah.
Sheer skill issue, honestly. They gotta get it together.
Yeah, and Pippy randomly entered the house right there. Strange decision.
Well, no, I think it's polite to say hi to Rhina.
That's true. Yeah, you gotta be polite, you know? If you're polite to the game is polite back to you, you know?
We've just got to judge her furniture a little bit. 7 out of 10. Not much in the middle, but, pretty good.
A little tiny, to be honest. For 3 people, but hey, they make it work.
So, fun fact, internally, the game does actually treat the waterfall cave here as a dungeon. Like in the internal file names for the waterfall cave is labeled as a dungeon, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, maybe they had an intention of like connecting Skykeep somewhat to the waterfall cave, but they couldn't or didn't quite was the vision in the end. So we're back into Skyview.
Yeah, and Andy is going back to Skyview. Because the game said he has to, and there's not really a way around that, unfortunately.
Yep. We need the good water. The good water is apparently only at the end of Skyview. Meanwhile, Pippy again setting up a file before saving the Loftwing, which is very important, which is going to be the file that we end the run with, as we've seen. So we're going to set up that, copy that over, and then we can save our Loftwing again later on. And see some more Loftwing tutorial, because that's what we're here for, right?
I'm ready for, 6 Loftwing tutorials? Or is it 9?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's gonna be 7.
7?
Because
yeah,
Andy did one.
Andy did one, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if we're counting Loftwing tutorials in terms of pixels on screen, then Andy's would count for 4 because he's playing in HD.
Fair.
Also H, but
Also H.
empty H. No.
Fortunately, H is gone to see the door again. Now we have different enemies. Oh no.
Oh no. But we also have Bomb Bang, so
Yep.
we can.
Now they're all like, oh, that's unfortunate for us.
Yeah. He has to hit the Stalfos, but not hit him because he only has 2 hearts. But that is intentional because he will be death warping after he gets the good water TM.
Yeah, one thing to mention also for hero mode is that there is no like hot drops. So outside of like using potions and stuff. Obviously, it's for speedrun we calculate stuff and.
On Pippi's side there for getting the Wing Ceremony cutscene skip.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Very good. It's so hard to do.
2-frame window.
Speaking of fairies, though, or of health, Andy thankfully did not get healed by a fairy there. Because the fairies do still exist in hero mode, and if you get healed by a fairy during that cutscene, it's actually very inconvenient because you have to waste more bombs to die instead of just using a single one.
Yep. And now we get back to the Sky REW, which is quite complicated, but now we have it a second time here. So again, we first select file 2, which is hero mode files. So go all the way out, and now when we open this title screen, we actually load information of file 3, but we're still having file 2 selected as last. So the game will, when we press save, will actually save file 3 information on file 2. And now we save file 1, which has Loftwing saved, which means we can call the Loftwing. And the reason why we do all the shenanigans with getting file 3 information on file 2 when we have file 3 available is because file 3 still has this starting prompt here, as you can see. This is still like the normal starting prompt. And the reason why that's interesting is because it's the same way as the save prompt, it will just load the area normally. Because if we were to load any sort of coordinates into the sky, we would load without a Loftwing and we'll just fall infinitely into the void. Obviously don't want that, we want to be on our Loftwing. Hey, not a silver rupee keys. Let's go.
Also, oh my goodness, HD gets to go out of bounds. Whoa.
Oh my, yes. Oh god.
I'm sorry, I was told
That's
HD
very cool.
was a no cheating run.
Well, seems very intended to me, Look at this beautiful...
Wade was not doing any glitches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That jump, though, that jump onto that fence in HD, oof, I don't know about that one.
Yeah. Better patch that.
Well, funnily enough, for some reason the developers specifically decided to patch being able to get to Lake Floria from the other entrance early, but they did not patch being able to get to the Floria waterfall early in HD. For some reason.
Yeah,
I guess they were like, yeah, sure, you can have that one, but you can't go through the normal entrance, which you've never gone through anyway.
Yeah. So now we're healing the water dragon. We needed her to be saved in order to have the waterfall be pulled up.
We just needed that the blue Gatorade to restore her. It's flowing all down through her, as you can see.
Ah, yeah, that's true.
That was a lot in one bottle, I have to say.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe it's a giant bottle and Link can't carry anything. Yeah.
I believe the water dragon does indeed have the ability to just spontaneously create more hydrating matter, so it makes sense.
Just needed a sample. And here we go, saving a Loftwing again. Very
Yeah,
important.
I wasn't quite sure what Pippi was doing. She went into the waterfall cave again. And I think tried to do back in time, or maybe she just went to get more health. I'm actually not sure.
Yeah, that might be it. because the problem is, I guess the way we map out the damage taking, you need to have 6 hearts, I guess. I guess maybe this is fine with 4 hearts, you just can't hit the pillar.
Yeah.
So it seems like she has diving because I can see the button of diving, so everything should have worked. It's just maybe the damage was a little bit not the way it should have been. Anyway, it works out. So doesn't matter. We get into Baron, and I think I'll mention something that I haven't mentioned in Jade's run. So there's an interesting problem with Back in Time, and that is the map screen. As the map screen immediately crashes the game. It just can't on the title screen. Obviously not when we're playing the game, actually. on the title screen. And when you go into a pillar, if it's any time after the first time, and there isn't like any planned cutscene, like the goose cutscene or anything, it will bring up the map screen before you can land, and will ask you where you want to land. And the problem is, obviously, we want to avoid that, which is why we always need to keep a file that has never entered Farron. So we never get the map screen, so we can always enter Farron Back in Time. Because obviously you've seen there's quite some important things we have to do in Farron to continue this run, so this is another reason why we keep this file from before the Loftwing, because that's the only file we have that has never entered Farron, so we can just enter it without the map screen.
Andy going over to fight the Stowmaster now. The Stalfos has 2 arms and the Stowmaster has 4 for twice the fun.
Well, maybe he's doing
Flex
Skyward
is
double
biting
again.
his head off the ground.
First he's only 2. Getting all rowdy.
I believe this is Janin, correct?
Yeah.
I have heard this referred to as Janin before.
We see Pippi getting the coordinates that she wants in Skype. Alright, so we're gonna save here to have these coordinates for our reverse pit warp in Skyview. That's the reason why we go here in the first place. And saving has the nice benefit of giving us a Loftwing. So we can now call a Loftwing and go into the sky. As you can see though, we have to dive to this one loading zone, which is the Loftwing tutorial loading zone. That's because we don't have the tunic. After you have the tunic, you get access to all loading zones. Which allows you to load in the sky a little bit quicker and Back in Time, but we don't have that yet. But now we have the whip on Andy's side, which is a pretty cool and interesting tool. Unfortunately, we can't use it too often.
We have a question from the chat that asks, what causes the shield to not take damage in the Stallmaster fight?
If you shield bash when like there's an attack, you can avoid taking damage.
Yeah, I think there's probably just like a timer, or like when you start a shield bash, the timer begins counting up or down, and when it reaches a certain threshold, then the game is like, okay, after this threshold, if it gets hit, then it takes damage. Because obviously you don't want to like take damage during like a well-timed shield bash. I'm not actually sure when the timer for that like ticks down all the way to being able to take damage again. It might just not perfectly line up with when the shield bash like effect ends.
Yeah, so now we're going into Fairwoods on Pippi's side here, and the important thing that I mentioned earlier is actually there's a quite important save that we do that has multiple reasons, and we're actually going to save file 1 here at the statue here, not far away. One reason I explained earlier is that we want to respawn closer to where we die, so we don't have to walk as much again, which is obviously a good plus. But also, file 1 later on will load file 1, and it will actually still be saved at this exact spot that we're saving it right now. And the reason is, if you don't have the loft wing, you can't call the loft wing. So you can't get off Skyloft, because you just jump off a platform and the game does not allow you to call your loft wing. So to avoid that, we can just fly out from a pillar, which will automatically like put you onto a loft wing and won't require you to call your loft wing. So that way, having file 1 saved here means later, when we start file 1 again, after Earth Temple, we can fly out and just fly through the sky with no problems. So here's an interesting use of the whip. Kind of a cool idea, like being able to like wrap through the fence and get the key here to open the door. And yeah, there's gonna be some interesting stuff on the HD side actually, pretty soon. Where we actually going to skip some stuff at HD. And we are going to eat a bit. So basically, the entrance that we're using here right now, this thing that pushed us out, it has a certain number connected to it. And each entrance means something different in each room. So right now we're in like room 5, that's just a number for it. And now we're in room 0. And room 0, entrance 1 means something different than in room 5. And there is a way, because there's autosaves, to have the game start the entrance from the other room in here. So basically, we're going to trigger an autosave right there, and we're going back to the title screen and manually start that autosave. And what it does is the autosave, for some reason, actually saves us right before setting a flag. It would normally like tell the game, okay, you have saved at a statue, I will just respawn you normally. Instead, now the game's like, okay, you're saved at an entrance, or you came from an entrance. So the game is like, okay, I guess I'll have to trigger the entrance animation. And the entrance animation that we're triggering here is the rope. So the rope pulls us out of bounds, because the rope tries to pull us back to it. And it's called entrance animation transfer.
Also, Pippi going... Oh, okay. Yeah, the Bokoblin almost giving Pippi some trouble there. We'll see Pippi get past the spider here.
Nice.
Very nice. We are 3 for 3 on the spider.
Yeah. So with Eat, we're able to be pulled out of bounds, so we can get to the rope and get into the basement early and get the boss key early.
Yep. And then
That's requires
conveniently...
specific setup. But yeah.
Yeah.
It works.
Yeah, you have to make sure that you don't trigger an autosave at any point before the one that you trigger in the Ancient Cistern. Otherwise, you have to like reset from, or you have to like die and then quit back to the title screen and whatnot.
Yeah. It's it has the trick has an enormous amount of potential, but it needs to have the right setup for it to actually pay off. And unfortunately, more often than not, it's not possible to find the right combination to like have it effect. Because technically, there's a bunch of entrance animations that have you in like a no-clip state. You can go through like a bunch of stuff in theory, but it needs to all work out in the end, which it always never does. Luckily, it does for Ancient Cistern, so we can show it off. Pretty cool.
There are quite a few places in Skyward Sword HD where you can jump through a wall using Eat. It's just useless because it's not an important wall. So we have a very important event coming up on Pippi's side up here. Pippi's going to run up to the boss door. He's going to save first. Just do the safety save. That's also important. That's probably more important than what I was going to say. But we are going to do H.
Yes? Oh, I'm sorry. That was the last host.
Oh,
yeah.
Apparently, Ancient Cistern is the C, what I can see. That's some new information for me. That's cool.
Yes, in Pippi's chats, the Ancient Cistern is C for cranberries.
Oh, that makes sense.
course, the cranberries in the ancient cistern. Why didn't I think of it before?
The famous ancient cistern cranberries.
So yeah, so we have, once again, 2 simultaneous boss fights going on. It's the second time this has happened. Andy's doing a strat here to one-cycle Galactos. By putting down both bombs and making them explode, both bombs individually actually did damage to Galactos, which does enough damage to completely get past the first cycle. And there will be another fun strat here in the second cycle. During this fight, the game has reduced the damage that everything does during the second cycle that you would normally have here. But I think the developers forgot about the fact that in hero mode you have a very powerful Skyward Strike, so they did not reduce the amount of damage that the Skyward Strike does, so Andy can simply just open up the weak spot here and then do 2 Skyward Strikes, and that will be it for Galactos, because it just deals a massive amount of damage.
Yeah. Thought you would use the sword because it looks bigger. But it's kind of that's what
Rip clock toes. That's also a simultaneous boss finish, by the way.
that's
Yeah.
true, yeah.
I'll have 2 heart containers on screen at the same time.
Nice.
Both in Farron, by the way.
Yeah. Not too far away from each other.
Well, while we are avoiding those heart containers, or not, we're grabbing one of them, I guess. Do we have time for a couple of quick donations?
Absolutely.
So
We have $20 from H-Dog, who says, "Let's go, GG and GL to all the runners, and a massive thanks to the volunteers making RAF happen. Keep being awesome, team." We have a $200 donation from Matt Lold,
Ooh.
who says, "I love everything that's happening right now. Love these runners, love this gameplay, love the commentator talking us through these teachable moments, love the host having fun. What a great event." Thank you so much, everyone. And both of those have been entered for those lovely little ornaments that we have up for grabs.
yeah. So I guess one quick thing that I wanted to mention. The reason, like we talked about getting the water from Skyview again. So we were in Skyview once and we were at the water there, but actually we can't get the nice water from there because for some reason back then it doesn't exist. So that's why we actually have to go back. You would think you could just collect it your first visit, but I guess the fountains were not giving the right water at that time. So
Yeah, I actually have a theory for why this is the case.
ooh,
See, the first time that you go to Skyview Temple, Groose is not in Farron yet. But the second time you go to Skyview Temple, the temple notices that Groose's presence is in Farron and produces better water.
It's celebrating the
makes
return of the true hero.
Exactly.
that makes a lot of sense actually.
I mean, he renames it when he hits the surface. You know, it's Grooseland now. Grooseland has good water. That's just a fact.
So on the Wii side here, we're going to do a reverse vaporb again with a prompt. So we'll just load it normally, and we will be able to place a Ruby tablet. And since it's the first tablet we place, and watching the cutscenes after that, we will get Tunic, which is nice. At first, we need it for a specific REM later, and also having all the skyloading sounds available just makes it a little bit faster. So there's just benefits all around.
Yeah, we got some interesting routing on the HD side where it's actually faster. Instead of immediately going to the Isle of Songs to learn Nehru's wisdom for the next trial, you can actually go to Lanayru first and then use the amiibo to save your point in Lanayru and then go get the song. And after getting the song, you can then use the amiibo again to warp back to Lanayru to skip what would be the really long flight back.
Yeah.
If you didn't have the amiibo to use.
the Out of Song flights are very long compared to all the other flights. Because there's also a loading zone in between, and the tower is like at the very back of the Thunderhead, so it's very nice to skip those flights as much as possible. And now we're going to do the Elden reverse bit warp on the Wii side, and that we will need to enter Heron to get a good coordinates, because again a reverse bit warp without a prompt will mean take the coordinates from our file and apply it to the area we're loading. But first we need to get to Farron to get these coordinates, which requires us to get the Loftwing. We do that by saving, which will update the flags, which has the Loftwing with it. And we're able to call it now. And this allows us to, now we can use also the tunic to immediately load to the sky. Normally we would need to fly to the specific place. Now everywhere will load us into the sky if we just select a tunic file shortly. And we can dive over to Farron Pillar again, landing in Initial Grounds, and then we can use the pledge at the very start of the game, the flag that we talked to him, allowing us to get to behind the temple and get those coordinates. Also nice harp cancel for Andy.
Yep, good harp cancel. Andy will now be collecting all 15 Lanayru tiers for the claw shots, which is everyone's favorite item.
Immediately getting double claw shots here in Skyward Sword, which is nice.
An interesting difference between HD and the Wii version is that in HD, the one of the quality of life updates for the game is that the game now runs in 60 FPS instead of 30 FPS. But it seems that with the change from 30 to 60 FPS, the physics in the game are very slightly different. And a lot of the things, like a lot of the animations and actions that Link does are slightly exaggerated. So for instance, right there, Andy was able to just do a forward hop to collect that tier without having to push the minecart and, like, jump on it. And that's because in HD, one of those exaggerated movements is that when you do a forward hop, you go very slightly higher. And it's just enough of a difference so that you can get that tier with the hop, because you cannot do that in the Wii version. Wii version, you must push the minecart.
We're doing the zipper trick here to get super speed. The pillar. Sometimes you get a little bit stuck in there because the Loftwing doesn't quite know a way out. And then we can reverse bit warp into Elden. But with the coordinates from the behind the temple statue. And now we're nicely out of bounds. Actually not too far from the start. But luckily you can easily run up the mountain here. Somehow.
Yeah, like Pepper mentioned earlier, there's just huge swaths of out-of-bounds collision in Skyward Sword, specifically in Elden and Lanayru, so it's very convenient that we can just spawn, out of bounds using bit warps in a lot of places, and we can just we can just continue on with going somewhere that we want to go out of bounds.
Yeah, especially that not all is like sliding and stuff. Like we're going pretty high up here, as you can see, but we still don't have like unmovable terrain, which does exist. There's some places where you can't move up at all if you try to. But we can nicely manage even these steep places. Which is
Weird.
very
I thought
convenient.
that the Breath of the Wild run wasn't in a couple hours yet.
Yeah, this is the demo for that.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Actually, I think in Skyward Sword we probably run on the ground more than in Breath of the Wild, if I had to guess.
Yeah, probably.
All you needed to do was give the sailcloth wings, baby.
Didn't think of that yet.
Simply replace the sailcloth with the Deku Leaf, and suddenly you can get out of bounds everywhere, because the game was not designed for that.
Claw shots
Where's
for
that
Andy.
rando setting?
I'm sure we'll get around to that when both Wind Waker and Skyward Sword are fully decompiled in 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
Right now we have to decompile the first RBM here for the Wii side.
A+ transition.
Yes, thank you. We are doing the Grave RBM again, as we've seen it. That's also gonna be like 6 times that we're gonna see that RBM. But that's the 3rd time now. Basically, we need to make it night, so we can activate the gravestone and open the shed. And then the flag for opening the shed means something different in Elden, which is corresponding to opening the Earth Temple door, meaning we can skip all of the key collecting and needing the magma mids and everything. Or digging mids, I guess, is the first iteration. And so sleeping, we just do it in the closest house here. There is something you could like talk about with like the houses before the bridge actually require tunic to sleep, and the houses behind the bridge don't require anything because you can only get there with the tunic anyway, so they didn't check for that specifically. So that's a little bit nice. Oh, that was
Yeah,
a
it
little bit too.
looks like Pippi unfortunately did not get into the pushing animation for pushing the gravestone. It can be kind of hard to see that because the like title screen is completely obstructing your view of Link.
Yeah.
So that's a mistake that I've also made many times before. But you know what this means? We get to see this RBM 7 times.
Let's go.
It rivals the Lovewing tutorial now.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Who would win in a bare knuckle fist fight? The Elden RBM or the Lopping tutorial?
Interesting thought. I mean,
Zelda,
it is a gravestone.
Zelda would put up a pretty good fight, I think. I think Zelda could beat up the gravestone.
Probably, yeah. I mean, you can even roll into it, and she doesn't even need a sword, so.
Yeah.
Plus the benefit of flight. I mean, it's over.
Loftwings are indeed invincible. They will be fine.
That's true. Yeah, so again, making it night, and then we can either roll into the gravestone or hit it to activate it, and then we need to push it. At the same time we start. Perfect. That looked good. That looked good. And if it worked, everything will immediately get the entering cutscene because the game is like, oh wait, that flag is set, so the editor should be open, so I should put the intro cutscene here. So let's do it. Also, we can talk about this camera manipulation that we couldn't before. So you see like Pippi turn around and face a camera, and that is in order to have these platform cycles not move here, because everything that's not on a camera doesn't continue its cycle. So we get a nice cycle here on the platforms. Lure the keys over, just trying to keep it on camera so it comes over.
Yep. Good
And
cutscene
now
skip.
nice. That looks very nice. What? That looked nice. Aw.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that didn't work. I guess it was like a hair too far to the
I
right.
think it was slightly too far to the right.
Yeah, I mean the problem is that like sometimes the wall will early block the Skyward Sword if like the main part, like the middle part, hits a wall, right? It won't basically the middle part is the most important thing. If it hits like a wall or something, it will be like, okay, the Skyward Strike is not continuing.
Yeah.
And it probably would have hit the rope if it wouldn't have hit the wall first, you know? But that's unfortunate. Luckily, we just need to quickly get back here.
Yeah,
You
thankfully,
know, giving
you can
HD a
just try it
chance,
again.
you know?
HD does have
Obviously.
to go through Sand Sea right now, so I understand, yeah.
Which is, yeah, Sandsea. It's Sandsea.
Well, while we are yeeting keys and sanding our seas, do we have time for a donation?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
great, because we have $50 from Shadow Insignis, who says, I used a potato as a wrench today. This doesn't help your relay race, but you don't need it, because all the racers are doing great for this great cause. P.S. Can you stop by Beatles and get me another wrench-tato? This one's done. We also have $5 from Madeline, who says, this Gymnast86 guy sure knows a lot about this game. He should try running it.
You know what? That's a great idea. I've never considered that. I'll keep that in my back pocket of ideas for later.
Yeah, and unfortunately we won't see Beetle, but I'll try to get a message to him somehow.
There we go. The keys finally cooperated for Pippy.
Yeah. He was really trying to like always start like moving out before the Skyward Strike was charged, which is very annoying.
Also, shoutouts to the funniest damage down in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll try to like intercept damaging down with cutscenes. Right here is gonna be another time. Like there's gonna be a cutscene of the boulder rolling out, but if you take damage, it doesn't play, so it's basically a free damage source. Which makes like time up, so that's nice. And now let's go for another Grave RBM. This time it does something different. Cause different area. When it comes to the Sensi, we're just basically trying to follow the game here and getting the parts of the map so we can continue on. There's unfortunately Skipper really doesn't like us getting anywhere else. He will just pull us back. We can only continue the other places once we have completed where he wanted us to go in first place.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the sand ship does not exist until you get the ability to douse for it, so you cannot like find it early or anything like that.
The game does pretend that it does exist, but it does not. It does only exist once you can douse for it. So yeah, an interesting thing with the Grave RBM that we're doing here. There are actually two ways to get the bridge up, because, I mean, that's the idea here. We want to get the bridge up so we can continue Earth Temple on. But there's two flags, and it depends on, like, in which order you put up the pegs. Because the cutscene is different, I think. So there's one for, like, the forward peg and then the backward peg, or the other way around, if you do it in the other order. So there's technically two RBMs we can do here. It would both lead to the same outcome, just in this specific case. And this one we do because we get the chat opening is now going to trigger on Skylab whenever we load the information of that file, which will have some nice implications that we'll get into once it comes up. And that's the main reason why we do this version of the RBM and not the other one. Just a fun fact. So, more Sansi here. We're gonna do a minecart ride and start us sprinting on the side on Pippy. Basically, rhythmically pressing A to keep stamina up in order to get up here without having to solve the riddle puzzle.
Yeah, I believe the puzzle requires bomb bag and digging mitts to
right,
be able to do.
Not something we have right now. I think it might be a point for some donations again, maybe.
Absolutely. I'd just like to say, for all of those who are just joining us, you're currently enjoying a thrilling 4-part race of The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. It is HD versus SD, run by Andy TP, jasnix08, JadeMinibou, and PippyInATopHat. But while we enjoy these runners going fast and demolishing the space-time continuum and the concept of death itself, did y'all know that we have a prize incentive open right now? That's right, for the low, low price of one single $20 donation, you will be entered to win a pack of incredible Korok ornaments supplied by Wicked Midna. I've also been told that it's not just Koroks, but there's some other lovely Zelda-themed stuff in there. Now, that is limited to just one entry per person, but you can get more information on that and the current run by typing !current in the Twitch chat. The window for that closes at the end of Ocarina of Time, so be sure to type !donate in chat and get your donations in so you have a chance to win those.
Yeah, luckily we can see some minecart riding here. Whee!
Disneyland is required to complete Skyward
Yes.
Sword HD.
D, by the way.
E.
That is a D. Yeah, so the minor thing here, you can see up into this cutscene right here and save a little bit of time. Again, because the camera movement after the cutscene gets skipped if you see up into a cutscene, which is a nice little time saver. But it does sometimes make the camera a little bit weird after the cutscene. It seems like Pippi worked that out very well, so that works. And now we actually kind of have two boss fights at the same time again, if you want to count it.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Just the third boss again here, chilling under the sand.
I mean, if we count the spicy meatball every time, we've got to count Molderak every time, too.
That's true.
True.
So, I don't know if it's like a cousin or something, but he was chilling here in the sand sea, and unfortunately, he magically connected to the gates here in this room, so we have to deal with him.
He went into witness protection, and that was his security system.
Oh.
Yeah. This
Oh.
is Tom C. Molderak.
I see. Well, I'm sorry, buddy, but you kind of
Your
the way right
security
now.
is getting revoked. And by that we mean that you're dying.
Funding has been slashed, and by funding, I mean the eyeballs in your claws.
Well, you know, maybe he's not dying. We don't know. Maybe he just teleported away. You know.
He went into witness protection to Electric Boogaloo.
You never know. You know.
Could be doing bombless Scaldera here. Making sure to get those quick spins in quickly so that Scaldera will be vulnerable when he rolls all the way back down on the next cycle.
Yeah. Also, taking damage in this fight is intentional, actually, because we need to damage down in order to quickly die after the boss, and like after the damage happened specifically.
It is technically possible to complete the fight after just a single phase of Scaldera rolling down, but it is very difficult to do because the timing for the quick spins is very tight.
Yeah. Another round of meatball is done.
Ooh, when is it served?
Question. Maybe in like an hour when Jasnix starts?
Yeah, I
Okay,
think that we
sounds
have
good.
one more meatball that needs to be put in the oven yet.
Alright.
It's a large meatball. It takes some time to cook.
It's like one of those giant burgers you have to order 24 hours in advance at a special restaurant.
Yeah, absolutely.
For the sauce, we can maybe have him roll into the lava. That might work.
Yeah.
I think that you need to serve it sideways if that happens.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, so there is a way to have Scaldera get out of the arena and land into lava, and it is pretty funny looking, and he will start like moving sideways up the walls. It is definitely fun, but not really fast, unfortunately.
Yes, it's unfortunately I believe, a soft lock, but there is a way to get out of it if you're very lucky. I believe, was it
Pippy
on
actually
Hotfix
found
it was
that.
shown off? Pippy did find that. I think I was not in the call when she found it. I don't recall, but it was extremely funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think because Scalero moves like the wall sideways, you can like get a Skyward strike in if you're lucky.
You can get
The
one
eyes
in,
go higher.
yes.
Also, Andy, going through the Pirate Stronghold now, where you basically just carry the orb all the way through.
It's a new thing, a time shift orb. It's a moving time. Very nice. And a randomizer. This is obviously a more interesting place because it's actually a bunch of chests here in random places, but for a speed run, it's just like, let's go through it as quick as we can. Just straight through
Pirate
it.
Stronghold is eternally cracked. Always has the best checks.
For sure, yeah. So for PP, this is now going to be the moment to say goodbye to File 3. It has done its job. It's got all the flags it needs, especially the Amber Tablet. And now we can give that to File 1, and File 1 will get us to victory.
File 3 will return in Avengers Jasnix's run.
Yes.
Andy doing a little hop right there to skip over a small cutscene trigger that shows you, like, hey, there's a lever here. Did you know that there's a lever here? I bet you should pull down the lever. That would be really cool.
I like the faith this game puts in its players, that they'll get this far and not know to pull a lever.
Dramatic scenery, you know? It also shows like the beam off on the other side. It's like, ooh, look at that. Enemies.
Oh, he misses the throw. Unfortunate.
And with that, we'll open the shark head. And the sand ship is actually still not here. We need to get the dowsing before it actually can appear, which we'll get on a bridge here on the outside. Meanwhile, we have this file that we saved at the very start of the game in Farron, and now it is good to go to Lanayru. Has done basically nothing. This link has just not even saved his Lockwing, but somehow it saved itself so it can come over here and catch us. And we can go to Lanayru. And also no tunic again, which is nice. And there we go, and now the sand ship can appear. And we can find it.
So Andy, going to be using the amiibo to fly out and then back into Lanayru. So it is actually faster to do this due to where the sand ship is in the Sand Sea.
Yeah.
If Andy were to head back out to the Sand Sea immediately, he'd have to cruise all the way back to the other side of the Sand Sea, where the sand ship is. Whereas if he goes out and back in, he can land back at the statue at the harbor. Which is significantly closer to where the sand ship is roaming around.
Yeah, I think overall it's easier to be consistent. Because, the movement starts the moment you get into Sand Sea for the sand ship. But if it's a short distance, then the sand ship can't have moved much. And it's it's a lot easier to find it quickly and hit it quickly. Without too much hassle here. Try to hit it 3 times as quickly as possible. Nice. That were nice 3 hits. And then we can board it. And it nicely parks at the one place where there is a plank here, so we can enter it.
Very considerate techno pirates.
Mm-hmm. So we get an autosave there real quick. We'll just quick sight in. we should talk about autosaves just a little bit. They're very nice instead of saving because they're faster, and you can be further away from the statue. So
Yeah.
if you ever want to do Death Warp, you want to do an autosave real quick.
There are sometimes, at least like specifically in the ancient system, where we want to avoid getting an autosave, in which case it can be a little annoying. But for the most part, the autosaves are very nice. Just a good quality of life improvement for the game and a quality of life improvement for the speedrun.
Fortunately, they did not get rid of this fight cutscene.
Oh yeah.
They did. I think they did an LMF.
Yeah, they got rid of the fight cutscene in LMF that's like, there's a boss door behind these barbed wires.
Yeah, but
Or
for some
behind
reason
this
in
barbed
LMF,
wire.
it's okay to not do it, but in Sandship, you need to know it again, apparently.
This vaguely boss door shaped thing is a boss door.
Yeah. It's definitely interesting. Interesting choice. So yeah, we basically just want to get the key and get back up because we want to use the key up there, so Death Warp is quicker. Meanwhile, Pippy is using the huge out-of-bounds region to get into the Neighbor Gorge here from out of bounds. And to heal the Thunder Dragon. And to finish the second SD run. So this is one of the fights where having the shield is very nice. So you can just constantly block him. Oh, Pirate Boy.
Can we appreciate this boss's name? His name is Skirvo.
Skirvo, yes.
Like
I'll obviously know that because
Servo.
it's such an important name. I
Yes.
obviously knew that.
Offhand, yeah.
Yes, yes. There is quite a funny looking thing here. Is with the all SD shenanigans that we can do, we can actually fight him in the past where like there's water and stuff, and he just like hits the surface of the water very hard. Like there's no water there.
Just
like
explodes.
yeah, hitting the water. Yeah, you mostly want him to do like the move where he wants to prepare because he can immediately hit him then. Like this amount to like where he moves sideways, I think, with his arm is like just continue stabbing him. In general, he does not really is good at protecting against stabs. He does not really know how to do it. And honestly, it's really hard in real life, so I can understand that. And now we get the bow. Another item that Wii is not getting.
While we're grabbing that bow and diving through the sky, do we have time for a quick donation?
Yeah, I would say so.
Great, because we have $25 from our very own JadeMinibou, who says, I heard there were Korok ornaments. Koroks. Y'all, I think that we need to save these Koroks from Jade. Please get in your $20 donations to try to win those Korok ornaments.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Jade enjoys eating Koroks, which makes me worried that she will try to eat the ornaments, which would be significantly less healthy.
I mean, have you tried before?
I don't think I will be trying that.
I mean, we are going to be cooking and eating a paraglider and a Sheikah slate later, so I'm sure there are worse things that you could eat.
Probably. Yeah, so Pippy just did the RBM that required both the tunic and the Earth Temple file, specifically, which is the whole reason why we get the tunic in the first place. Although the tunic is still nice for other things, mainly is to get the Goron into behind the temple so he can tell us about statues in back in time.
So, Andy just did a specific death warp here after jumping off of the side of the sand ship. Normally, if you try to die after you reveal the time shift stone at the top, the game is like, no, you have to reveal the time shift stone first, and it'll spawn you back out on the deck. But if you jump far enough out, you actually go out of the trigger that respawns you on the deck, and so you can respawn at your last saved statue, which then allows you to leave and re-enter the sand ship. Which now allows you to skip having to do the whole mask sequence at all.
Yeah, whenever you enter and leave the sand ship again, it will go back to the past state. And in order to do that, it will have to unset the mast being closed enough. So we'll do that, and now you can just walk in and do things. And get the lifeboat lowered over there. I'm not sure if it's also possible in HD. I think it's possible to have the lifeboat cutscene not play if you look away.
Yeah, that is
hitting
possible to do.
Yeah, definitely quite difficult, but in theory you can avoid the lifeboat cutscene.
Also, these
again-
goblins lacked object permanence, so Link went behind the box and ceased to exist as far as the bokoblins were concerned.
Especially since Link does look over the box, it's not he's not even missing. It's just maybe they think the head is part of the box or something.
Didn't know we were playing Metal Gear Solid. Just a box.
Skirvo.
Skirvo. Back in time.
Can use the lifeboat to get back up and unset back to the past, so that we can continue on down there. Generally gonna be some puzzles like that where we're gonna find different angles to hit the time shift stone from in order to switch from past and present to get this dungeon done. And the main thing we're gonna need is we're gonna need to activate the generators to have the machines. I don't know what exactly it is down there in the basement actually, but something in the basement that is stamping to activate, and so we can move through.
The pistons and the engine.
Yeah, not quite sure if that's how a ship works, but I trust Skyward Sword.
I mean, this ship moves through sand too, so I mean,
This
Okay, that's
ship
very
does have very advanced capabilities.
I'm willing to let a time traveling ship that can move through sand have a couple of pistons in it.
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that one.
No, yeah.
Yeah, the time travel stuff I can suspend my disbelief for, but the pistons?
Pistons
That's-
on a ship?
Absolutely crazy. And look, we have to put a sword in to activate those pistons. Who would have thought about that? Nice. We activate the first part of them.
Yeah, so each of the generators activates a different set of pistons. But you need to activate both sets of pistons if you want to get through the engine room to the brig.
Yeah, and we nicely combined with one pass sequence instead of doing multiple, activating ones each. Doing a little bit less pass segments is always good because there's always a bigger cutscene with time stone activating. Time shift stone, that's what it's name called. Also on Pippy's side, we're gonna do for some jank jumping here.
And can we go 2 for 2 for first try jank jump? We will find out as soon as Pippy finishes running there, because this out of bounds is very large.
Next time on Dragon Ball.
Could be an
Goku goes
episode
back in
just running at the
time.
mountain.
I think that they only go forward in time in Dragon Ball.
That's what
Well.
you think.
Oh yeah, I haven't finished yet. I'm sorry. I'm still on episode 683, I think.
That's what
Yeah,
we
you
did.
have to void out once.
Yeah.
In order to get the jump. I mean, SVA somehow did it without voiding out.
Yeah, there's just a random clip of SVA just completely unintentionally running around there and doing the jump without falling out of bounds first.
Yeah. And we have no clue how that worked.
Isn't that your favorite type of speedrun thing? When something happens and nobody ever figures it out?
Yeah, I can recreate it. It was quite a fun clip.
Yeah, so Andy got the small key to get into the captain's cabin now. Also, fun fact, the cutscene of saving the crew there from the brig, if this is specifically in HD only, if you have the pouch open while you enter that cutscene, then the end of the cutscene will soft lock. For some reason. And again,
That's
it's
very
only HD. No idea why, but they screwed up something.
This is what happens when you don't let your console soft reset.
Exactly.
Exactly. I think HD would go pretty crazy with it, with all the autosave and amiibo stuff.
Yeah, and the increased memory.
Yep.
Oh, could you imagine if they made an amiibo to let you do bit?
Yeah, that would be good fan service.
It's
right
just
there.
an amiibo of Link on his knees in the death animation.
Drowning Link amiibo, buy now, only $30.
Or maybe it's the title screen logo as an amiibo.
That would also be good. Also, one thing I don't think we mentioned yet, but the Wii runners are actually playing the game in 4:3.
Yeah.
So, like, on the Wii, you can set your Wii to either be in 16:9 or 4:3 aspect ratio, but 4:3 is preferable for Skyward Sword because it reduces the amount of lag that there is in certain sections. Specifically in Back in Time is where it's most useful, but it also reduces some lag that you would see here in Lemeru.
Yeah. And the Girim free fight with the black ichor that shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
Usually, like the black ichor and the Girim free fight is only there because we have never once touched a spike. And the very first spike has like this black ichor flying off of it, and it keeps it in the... Even though it's a completely different stage, but they just copied the code from the Sealed Ground stage. So that just happened to have the effect still in it. So that's why we see the black ichor there in the fight. But it weirdly fits, even though it's very laggy if you don't play on 4:3.
Squid, by the way.
Squid.
Are you a squid or a kid?
Are you a squid now? Or a kid now? Or a squid now? Or a kid now? Or squid or a kid? Or I'll stop. I'm sorry.
Well, to answer this deep philosophical question, Link is going to battle against the squid Tentalis to see who is supreme.
Oh, it's
Also
a dream.
Also, something to note to mention is that Pippi is in the last Back in Time sequence for her run, and she's going to the Skyview doors because Skyview's doors know how to heal the Thunder Dragon.
Yep.
And here you're gonna see the rolling barrels, the normal rolling barrels, and why they do damage to you, because right here they're supposed to do damage to you. That's why having rolling barrels hit you is possible, probably.
Oh, yeah, that would make sense, actually. I never thought about that.
Yep. Same thing with boulders in the Earth Temple. And this is the moment where in like an old dungeon run in Wii we would say like, haha, boss fight, and then we would skip it. But unfortunately we can't do it here, so Tentalis boss fight is not that exciting, unfortunately. It's mostly there's even some cheat spots where the tentacles can't really get you, and it's just hitting the eye, doing some hits, and then on the tentacles, and then hitting the eye again. Like I think it's like 30 minutes or something.
But, yeah. But you can play the harp during the downtime.
You can. Ooh, hitting some of the hair there. Getting some hair. That's gonna upset Tantalus. Fortunately, he can't reach us here. Keep trying, buddy. Ooh, first fine grab didn't quite want to work for Pippy. Well, second one will work. Now we're gonna teleport to Skyview doors and start before the doors open. And now the Thunder Dragon is healed, at least according to Fi. She will talk to us in Japanese and tell us, hey, Thunder Dragon's healed, good job. And go to the other Song of the Hero quests. And we're like, not really. Sorry, Fi. Just,
Nice.
Just gotta talk to our buddy over there. And then we'll be out of here.
Link just does a little thumbs up while walking away.
Now we get to the second phase. More rolling barrels. There's sometimes, like, I don't know if it's HD as bad as an SD, but sometimes running up that box, like, it's very difficult to grab for Link sometimes because the boat is, like, swinging so much.
Yeah.
Like,
I guess it's about the same in
Yeah.
both versions. I know that it is, because the boat rocks back and forth, it actually is possible to, like, run up the wall and grab the ledge during the first phase, but I think the developers figured out you could do that because they put an invisible wall there for the first phase, I'm pretty sure.
Unfortunate.
So no skipping the first phase, unfortunately.
It would be really nice for Templars because Templars could really use something like this, for example, which makes the fight a little bit quicker. Quickly tap A to get a shot in before the hair attacks you. Having skipping the whole hitting the hair stuff because he will close his eye after a moment. But
So
with a
Pippy
quick A-tap.
now doing the hanging ledge strategy.
Is that two bosses at the same time again, kind of? Here? With Tantalus and Girin Plea?
Yeah, sort of. I would
Yeah.
say so.
It's a boss rush right now, but I mean... We
There's
are
a little
fighting
bit
a
of
boss.
synchronicity.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, we're just... one thing about this, why we're like hanging off and waiting for the platform so, before we jump down. But there's actually a thing. When Girahim jumps up, the platform will first rise vertically. But we do not want any vertical movement. So we wait a moment. So the vertical movement is done and it will just move horizontally a bit. Unless vertical. So we can, like, the next time we push him down, he's going to be further down. Because the only important thing for us is that he goes further down. It's not really important how much horizontally we move. It's most important that we don't move vertical too much. So he stands up, we wait a moment, and then we jump down, get him over here, and push him down before the statue starts going vertical again, and then we can just jump over to the statue here.
Obligatory wee for the backflip.
Whee!
It manipulates RNG. I don't make up the rules.
We were playing on Wii.
We're playing on the Wii.
So, seems it's time for the final second part in HD also. We're going to Fire Sanctuary now. Which is the last dungeon before the Song of the Hero quest. So now we're gonna have... Yeah, nice. We get the clip through. There's a nice clip possible there, probably because of the gate that gets placed there at the end of Horde. Very convenient. Incredibly that it was found, honestly. Because it was found while fighting Jirium Free, which is very impressive. Like, we have him, like, fly up top, like, a kilometer above us, but Link will still constantly target him, and he's at least not fighting us, but This was first actually found while fighting the last phase of Girahim, while somehow not getting annoyed by him. I think on Andy's side, I just saw like a Gwei fly into like a rock.
Oh yeah, that does
Like
indeed
hitting-
happen sometimes.
I was like, why is he doing that? See, we got through the fence here. Very important. We do this little strat here of having Girahim stand up a little bit earlier. Again, it's a little bit scary here with the platform moving. Sometimes the platform can move under Girahim away, and he's like in the air, and you can't reach him anymore. So you don't want to have that happen.
Yeah, you also want to be careful if Girahim does, like, if you not Girahim off of the platform, but he does not land on another platform, right? Like he lands on the ground or something, then trying to do a final blow into him will crash the game.
Yep.
Which is not recommended generally for speedruns.
Yep. Not 100% clear why, but it does happen. Now we got the last song for Andy. I guess Song of the Hero is still a song. The second to last song. The last song from Isle of Songs. And we can use the amiibo to get back to Elden.
Should be getting the stun lock, very nice.
Actually, a question for FTAT. You know, is the way bonking into the rock, is that a bonk for the run or not?
Ah, it is a good question.
That's important questions here that we were asking
Does
today.
it go on the tally?
Andy getting ready to play his last harp song of the run here. Was able to get the harp cancel, very nice.
You wretched brat. Over there, Girahim being in rage mode. I mean, I would also be kind of mad, like a random guy comes along, you have a tunic, has done like nothing. Like Zelda isn't even kidnapped, and he just comes over and hacks you. Kind of rude, honestly.
Yeah, he takes you down a ton of platforms and out of space and time.
Yeah. You would just want to play a minigame with him, and then suddenly he escapes the minigame and starts fighting you for real.
He jumps down to a bird statue, vanishes, reappears, jumps out of bounds, back in bounds. I mean, honestly, Link's just kind of a crackhead in this run.
With Girahim defeated, there's only one final boss. Demise. At least he has an evil name, so he definitely has to be evil. I mean, we don't know if he's evil because we have not heard any story about it, but, I mean...
They could have called him Gorthalax the Cuddly, and we would have still had to kill him.
Probably, yeah. At least it sounds like the better reason now. Which means we're going to go to our last SD runner soon.
Yep.
Just need to let the Demise play nice, and then... Oh, that was a nice wordplay. And we got this. It seems like he is nice.
Wasn't around the last time. Did you guys mention how damage on Demise functions?
Just briefly, it's not exactly the combos and stuff, but he is hit-based, so that is very nice. So it doesn't matter that we have the Goddess Sword. By the way, you can see like the lightning is a little bit higher than the sword, which is kind of funny. GG, also.
GG to Pippy.
Big GG's for Pippy.
Good job. so basically no mistakes really. I'd say like one missed key seat, I guess.
Yeah, I believe that was
Otherwise,
I believe that was a 120 hour and 20 minute run from Pippy, roughly.
I
Which
think
is an
5
excellent
minutes
run.
under the wanted estimate of 125, so that's good. Now we have the last
have
runner.
Jasnix coming in to close it off for the relay team. Meanwhile, Andy is in the Elden Trial.
Oh look, it's Skyloft.
Oh,
Hey.
wow. I'm getting a strange sense of deja vu here.
Link really has it tough today. 3 times having to save the world. Can't get a break here. He just suddenly wakes up again at the start of the adventure. I mean, to be fair, the Link we finish it, but didn't do much outside of Skyloft. He just walked through Skyloft, and he appeared in Fair Woods, and then he went to Lineru, and then activated Boss Rush, and then killed Giri.
I was told to unmute and join comms, apparently.
Ah,
Hey.
welcome.
Goodness.
We'd
Hello.
love to have you.
It's incredible Skyward Sword runner PippyInATopHat. How do you feel about your performance, Pip?
I feel profoundly embarrassed that I messed up my own safety strats and then didn't need them. Because I heard y'all get confused, and that's what that was. That was in case I failed spider jump.
Yeah, that makes sense to have the extra health for Spider Jump.
Ah.
And then I walked into this cave and accidentally took too much damage because
Then died, yeah.
I muscle memoried.
Ah.
But how
It all
goes
comes
comms?
together.
How's it feeling over here?
Very nice. It's very lovely to see you all running.
Yeah. We enjoy a good set of Skyward Sword speedruns. So I believe, unfortunately, Jasnix did not continue the trend of missing the first jump. I'm very disappointed.
In
Oh
the
my
Should
list.
God.
miss the third just to make me and Jade feel better.
Spice it up a little bit.
Jasnix is determined. Cannot be stopped from dying.
Oh
At least
no.
in the game.
We die.
Oh no. Oh boy. All the runners. So unfortunate today.
Comedy works in threes, right? This is fine. This is good.
Yeah, the joke's not old yet.
Yeah.
The best the third time, you know?
Yes, we Skyward Sword speedrunners have definitely never overused the joke of "oops, I accidentally died."
Not even a little bit.
We've also never overused bit puns before. Not even a bit.
If you weren't gonna say it, I was.
Yeah, so right here for Andy is why we wanted 2 bottles. There's 2 frogs to be watered here with bottles, and walking does cost quite some time, so just get 2 times water and you're good to go. And you don't have to double walk here. And all the bottles are very conveniently paced, so there's no problem with doing that.
I think the mistake in a Skyward Sword HD speedrun that makes you feel the worst is when you miss watering the first frog and you just feel like an idiot. 'Cause it doesn't seem like that's something you should mess up, and then it happens and you're like, oh, I guess we're not hydrating the frog today.
Hydrate or dihydrate, and some days you pick dihydrate.
Mhm. We also have to hydrate this big guy up here, but unfortunately we can't do it with a simple bottle. We gotta get something bigger.
I'd also like to just point out the sheer power that is starting the Skyward Sword SD run with low batteries in your Wiimote.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Jasmine
This is a
playing
power
dangerous
move.
game.
It's giving me agita.
Just proving that it's actually fun. I think you still have 8 hours or something like when you're low battery technically.
depends on the
you have quite a
batteries.
while.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I have 2 sets of batteries that I bought at the same time, that in like the same pack, and one of them has about 2 hours left when the low battery thing comes off, and the other one has about 30 minutes.
Oh, that's a little bit difficult for the
Yeah.
20% run.
When you're like 10 minutes into a run and it looks fine, and you're trying to remember which batteries you have in your Wiimote right now.
Just do lava hop.
Oh, yeah, okay,
exactly. You know,
that'll
you
fix
save
the
like,
problem.
yeah, let's say like 20-30 minutes. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, shoutouts to the new Lotad.
Thanks, Minnie.
Oh man, we could have played the Lotad 4 times in the amount of time that
4 whole times
takes to
That's
beat
true.
HD.
Wait,
is
how
quite
long
crazy.
is the Lotad?
51 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we couldn't have played the entire Lotad in the 30-minute offset start time.
No,
I'm upset about this.
unfortunately not.
Can we get the Lotad on comms?
Lotad.
If we like a good runner, you know. If you can save so much time. But I think
I don't
TAS is a little
actually-
bit better still than Lotad, but you know,
If
sometimes
if
they don't give you
Lotad
that much.
if Lotad is like a low like level TAS, then is a TAS a Lombre?
I thought you were gonna say hi, Tad.
Also a good one. Anyway, we got Scrapper to pick up the water base from the water dragon and to hydrate the big frog. And fun fact, picking up the water basin is the only Scrapper quest that doesn't require activating the Scrapper quest and activating Scrapper himself. He'll just be there and be like, yeah, okay, I'll pick it up, even though he didn't activate Scrapper quest at all.
Yeah.
But stuff
It
like
does-
Propeller and stuff, you need them actually activated.
Yeah. And interestingly, you are actually required to heal the water dragon if you want to be able to take the basin later. So even if, for like theoretically, if there was a way to get into the ancient cistern without healing the water dragon, that wouldn't actually help us here.
Yeah, I mean, there is the HD, like, waterfall clip, but I don't think anyone has even tried to recreate it in HD.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's been successful at that.
Yeah.
Although, even though it's technically it is just barely not possible to get into the cistern with that clip in SD, but with HD's very slightly higher hop range, I think it would be possible if you could get out of bounds.
Man, that's just getting us S'd again, man.
Yeah.
That's so Skyward Sword. Anyway,
I
something
love
cool
stuff.
here. We can move Scrapper a bit upwards by like flying out and landing here at Earth Temple, which allows us to you know, do less movement and just have Scrapper teleported up here, which is very nice.
Also, shoutouts to funny cutscene.
Yeah. Yeah, we never, because we did Elden out of bounds, we never had to activate this bridge. And this layer has this bridge activated, but since we have this the first time we activate it, like we get into the room and stuff, it will just play, which is very funny. And Moblin is just flying over here. Also,
While we're
another
delivering
fun
our-
fact.
Continue.
No more
sorry.
fun facts here. Scrapper's death can actually be used for back in time. Not in HD, of course, but in SD. It can also be used to reset at the right time, and then you get going back to time. So Link's death and Scrapper's death, it's the same level.
Damageless speedruns are
Mhm.
thrilled right now. You can do damageless bit. Actually, I think it's faster to do damageless bit with losing the imprisoned fight, but
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, you can like argue because you game over if you took damage or not, you know. Do we game over in Scrapper? I guess you don't. No, you don't game over. I think he just runs away and puts you at the start again.
Yeah, that's true.
So now we can hydrate Big Frog. Meanwhile, Lockwing saving, Lockwing tutorial. Let's go.
Let's go. Well, while we are tutorializing our Loftwings and giving our frogs a big old gulp of that delicious Gatorade, do we have time for a very quick donation?
Sure.
Absolutely.
We have a $50 donation. We have a $50 donation from Nux. No comment, but we appreciate your generosity all the same.
So, right here, you have to get these platforms down, and unfortunately there's not too much special stuff in Fire Sanctuary. There is like theoretical way if you could get like a statue jump, but unfortunately the game does not quite let us jump that far. So we kind of have to go about mostly the normal way. There is also like an idea of doing like an eat here, like an entrance animation transfer, which could be saving a bunch of time, but it just doesn't work out with the entrances we have at play. So
Yeah.
very unfortunate.
I really appreciate that in the SD route, we stop and let Link have a nap, and in the HD route, you stop and let Link have a snack.
Ah.
We're just taking care of him.
Okay. Looks like Andy missed the gold skip. Basically, if you jump slash into that door in a specific way, you can skip this cutscene. Not a huge deal in HD, because once again, the text is instant. Also, shout out to Jasnix for getting Link Ceremony cutscene skip.
2 out of 3 for Wing Ceremony cutscene skip is pretty darn good, I'll say.
Very hard trick, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, Jade did it on purpose so we could see the backup threat, you know?
Jade's just too powerful. She had to limit her power.
Yeah, it's so that there would be variety, so y'all could have something else to talk about.
I thought variety was
the
running
barrel
there.
backup is pretty cool.
Oh, yeah,
Shout out to variety for running Raph.
Secretly, there were 5 Skyward Sword runners in this marathon, and one of them is Variety. Variety also does run Skyward Sword HD, so it's not incorrect.
A variety or B variety? Steal a joke from chat.
I also do appreciate that we got to see a silver rupee in a marathon run. I cannot impart how rare that is.
5%, I think, to have a silver base spawn.
It's just the most heart-dropping moment if you get Wing Ceremony skip and then watch the silver Gwei.
Talking about the Gwei right now, we see it on Jasnix's screen. There is some stuff with it, like we can get like a lot of hits on it if we like slow down exactly. It is very difficult and a little bit RNG because the Gwei is just doing his movement and his stuff, as you can see with Jasnix right here. But you can like get double hits and stuff in, which is like very fast. There's even the famous triple way that's possible.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Gwei is kind of RNG because it can spawn in different positions relative to where we want to fly. So it's unfortunately, like doing any percent attempts for this game can sometimes come down to like, oh, we just kind of do the first 15 minutes over and over again until the Gwei decides to cooperate.
Yeah, it's like 24 seconds that can be saved on that Gwei compared to like doing this Dr. Rock strat. And the reason we have to die is it's just faster. You can't really land at the end of the Loftwing Cave. There's no like place for it, so you would have to go through all of the Loftwing Cave again, which turns out to be slower, like flying back to Skyloft, going through the Waterfall Cave, and then getting back to Loftwing. So that's why we do the Death Warp, to get the quicker. And into another Loftwing tutorial, woo!
Woo!
There is like setups and stuff to try to manipulate the Gwei, and I think Yal just did a bunch of work in trying to work out the optimal response. But after a certain point, like he either decides to go straight or he decides to turn, and he turns faster than you do. So we can only optimize so much.
Actually,
Nice jump.
speaking of RNG, There's a very fun fact about the RNG in this game. So, normally a game's RNG function should just keep picking, random values over and over again whenever it needs some kind of random value to do anything random, right? But due to the way that the RNG is programmed in this game, there is actually a way that the RNG function can sort of get stuck and just repeatedly give you the same value over and over again. Because they didn't quite implement the RNG algorithm that they wanted to use correctly. So if the RNG starts at that very specific value, it will only ever return that one very specific value anytime it needs to call for something random. So if anyone wants to figure out how to always get that value when we start the game, then we can have a consistent way.
Nope, cool. Something that's also cool was that cutscene skip Andy just did with calling Phi. Lava lowering is normally a cutscene, but you can skip it by calling Phi. Very nice little cutscene skip here and there. Love to see it. And now we get the magma mitts, which somehow, Link is now smart enough to make tunnels with this item equipped. I guess, or maybe it's just so cool now that I can dig deeper.
Magma mitts in Fire Sanctuary? This is a mean seed.
Sure, for sure.
Listen, you don't actually need magma mitts for most of Fire Sanctuary. I'm fine with picking out magma mitts in Fire Sanctuary. What do you mean this isn't a rando? Why would you be in Fire Sanctuary if this isn't a rando?
True, yeah.
Unfortunately, this is HD, and as we all know, in HD rando, you cannot do back in time, unfortunately, so...
Also, the closed key door right there, that's the one that we would love to eat through.
Yeah.
Using entrance animation transfer. But we just don't have the layout. It just turns out it's just one of those Skyward Sword things where just things don't work out and you're sad. And you have to do all this extra stuff.
That door looks so delicious too.
Yeah. Just eat through it, The key would disappear, it would be beautiful.
Give Link more snack breaks.
Hmm.
I'm expecting someone to make Fire Sanctuary door Christmas cookies now.
Hold on, let me write that down.
Remind me about it later. We'll make them for GDQ.
So, Jasnix, we gotta give some attention to him, He is onto the Skyview RBW, I'm pretty sure.
Yup.
And still the most complicated one. I don't know if you guys actually understand what's going on here. I tried 2 times. I don't know if I should try a 3rd time.
I understand what you're talking about perfectly. I don't know what everyone else's issue is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're trying to get into Skyview using the coordinates from the Upper Academy statue to get right in the middle of the Skyview. And I guess something we haven't mentioned yet is that the reason we do all this weird movement after we load into Skyview is that if you go too far, the dungeon is set up into rooms, and usually the first rooms are loaded, but the deeper in, the less loaded stuff is. And because we go so deep into the dungeon, most of the stuff isn't loaded. So in order to load everything, we need to reload the room, which we could do through a death or a save and quit, but also through entering a new room, which is why we first move to this random room, kill this random what they called? Something with S.
Staldra?
Staldra.
Yes, Staldra. Yeah.
Staldra. And yeah, talking about weirdly named creatures, we have a Moldorm here.
Staldra, I get. I don't know. Why is it called a Moldorm?
Zelda has a long history of naming digging/burrowing things mold. Like Moldarak, or the one from Wind Waker, or the one from... But I don't know all their names.
Dara.
I just know that it's a thing.
Moldera, is that the name?
Moldera, yes.
Yeah.
Molduga from Breath of the Wild.
Yes.
Huh.
Yeah.
Mulgera. What is it? The burger one from
The
Link to the
burger
Past?
one.
He's a
I
big
hate that I
burger.
know
What can I
what
say?
you're talking about. I hate that I know what you're talking about.
I think it's also just Moldorm.
I wanted not
Is it
to.
Moldorm? Yeah.
Forgive me if I'm behind. Have we brought up my favorite soft locking cutscene in the RBW that Jasnix just did?
Oh, you
That
mean
is-
the Lake Floria doors?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's when a door wants to open, but it's already open, the game is very confused.
Yeah.
It is trying its best to open a door that's already open, and I mean, there's just so many problems there, and it just decides to give up and just wait until you give up also.
It's like, oh, the door is open, but we have to open it again, so we're gonna wait until it's open. And then it just keeps waiting.
Yeah. If you look at file 1 in the with the camera facing the wrong direction, you can get yourself stuck staring at doors forever. Or you could start a file, but also either way it's time loss.
Also,
Just
we
one
are
of those
4
time
for
losses
4.
is infinite.
Nice.
We're
Spider jump.
4 for 4 on Spider Jump.
I also appreciate that we've had the 3 levels of safety for Spider Jump that I believe Jade just went for it with. That's a very punishing trick if you get it wrong. It's very scary despite being pretty easy. I left myself with 4 hearts, which is I could fail it once. And Jasnix left himself with 6, so he could fail it twice and still be fine.
Very nice. And let's see if we can get like a synced up boss fight here again. It might be a little bit close.
Yeah, I think Jasnix is probably gonna finish gear him before
Yeah, probably.
Andy's able to get to him.
But it would have been the same boss.
Hmm. Yeah, the whole diving down and fighting. Yeah.
Yeah, one
I
slightly
forgot.
angrier than the other.
I forgot that we're not an SD. We can't just go through the gate. We have to go around.
Alright, it's time for the final one of the run. H.
H.
H, by the way.
Where's H when you need her?
SMH.
Apparently she's
No.
crafting ornate boss doors, as we learned.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's her uncle who works at Nintendo, who is Mr. Nintendo, put that in the game for her.
Ah.
I believe that was the established lore in the chat.
Oh.
Let's see what we have here on game 1. How many darts?
I'm gonna be bold and I'm gonna guess 0.
Ooh, that's really bold.
I don't
I'll
think
say
I've
2.
ever seen 0.
It's gonna happen today.
There is, as you see, Jasnix attempt to do a jump slash there. There is the ability to like hit him right after the second phase start, but it's very tricky.
It's also
Unfortunately,
RNG, I
not
believe.
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting the first hit is hard.
Well, I guess it's tricky if it's RNG, right?
Yeah.
Oh, first starts.
2 darts.
2 darts.
Not too bad, it's kind of just average.
Nice.
Pippy, is it cathartic to see the man who stole your haircut being beaten up this much in such a short amount of time?
Yeah, get another one. It's mine. I definitely had it first, if you count time travel in the chronology.
We do go back in time. Yep. So I think that's fine.
And in reality, also, we go back in time.
Listen, if I take my glasses off, life is in SD.
Of course, it all makes sense now.
The prophecy. Also, welcome in, Raiders. We are currently raising money for Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, huge shout out to everybody for donating thus far. $1,600 in one day, and the day's not even close to over yet, is kind of incredible. Y'all are amazing.
Yeah, we have so much more time. We do actually have some stretch goals that we may have to start considering. I believe that if we surpass, it's a little over $5,000, then we will beat our record for all of the RAF events. So just something to keep in the back of y'all's minds while you're donating at least $20 to get entered for a chance to win those beautiful little ornaments.
They're so cute. They're so cute and wholesome.
We need to save them from Jade.
So Andy here fighting the Moldorm, trying to bait it and have it hit the wall, so then you can hit the tail.
Jasnix has finished Skyview and is going to start back in time to be able to quickly get to the goddess statue. So to place that ruby tablet. Also, I just thought about it. I think we, like, through all these runs we've seen and we will see, we only will go back in actual time, like through the gate of time, once.
Yep.
What do you mean bit doesn't count?
Well, you know.
Intended time travel?
Y'all calculated how many times we had to watch the flight tutorial throughout this entire thing. I want to know what the answer is if you count all the times where we have to watch in Back in Time, where Zelda forgets your name. Then we're gonna start racking up a tally.
Yeah.
Also,
And
Q,
I'm-
by the way.
You.
Q.
I think Brave RBM definitely has no chance against Love Tutorial then.
Alright, so Girahim 2, kind of just the same thing as Girahim 1. Except on the second phase, Girahim now uses 2 swords instead of 1.
Look, in the first phase there's some darts flying around.
What a cool guy. 2
Yo,
cool
he's-
swords.
He's not cool. He took my haircut. That's aggressively a not cool move.
Yep. Also right here, when he does the jump up and jumps down, you just got a backflip. Or side hop or something like that. Like, if you ever done that, like, casually, you probably, like, were very confused and started running around and still got hit. He's very good at aiming, no matter how quick you run, but the moment you do a backflip, he just is completely confused and cannot hit you anymore. Which is very nice.
I appreciate
So
that
many darts.
Nintendo gave him 2 separate swords. Like, they didn't just use the same sword twice. That's effort.
Oh,
Also-
are they different models?
Yeah,
So
one
spoiler, he is a sword.
Oh.
3 different swords? 4, because he has the big one in the end.
Yeah. And he
Yeah.
is a sword.
That's 4 different
That's-
swords.
Crazy.
Man likes his variety.
Yeah,
We also
honestly,
appreciate variety around here.
I is kind of weak against that, you know? Just one sword? Kind of lame.
I mean, she turns into like 5 different swords, so
Oh, that's fair, actually. That's fair. She can upgrade.
yeah.
So
That's
that's
actually
why
fair.
we win, because ultimately we had more swords than Girahim did.
We have
Yep.
the bigger weeb power.
Well, not on the... well, not
This
on
is
the
the end.
Wii version, but on the HD version we have enough.
In the Wii version, you can tell that we're cheating because we won even though we didn't get enough swords.
Well, okay, but we have 3 different runners in the Wii version. So technically, we're seeing
Oh.
8 different swords. 9 if you count the training sword.
Fair. We're just outsorting Girim.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I interpreted this for a split second as outsorting, as in SORT.
anything else.
We can sort things faster than Girahim can, and because of that, we won.
Secretly, this was all just the Wind Waker male minigame.
Oh, that was a
That's why I've
wacky
been
camera
hearing.
on Jasnix's side.
That's why I've been hearing ba-ding, ba-ding, da-doo, da-doo, ba-ding, ba-doo, da-ding.
Why does Tingle have so much postage?
Yep. Ooh. So Jasnix maybe jumped off a little bit too early and voted out, but luckily he can just remount. He just has to make sure he remounts with the right file.
Yeah.
Because if a file doesn't have the dive off ability, then that would be a problem. But actually, I think every file has a dive off ability, so I guess it's actually fine, no matter what he mounts with.
I think you have to make sure that because you can't call the Loftwing with every
Oh,
file
that
in case you mess it up again.
that's fair. Yeah, that could be a problem.
But like the amount of times that safety is
Guys.
relevant.
We might see back in time in HD soon.
Okay.
Just one boss.
We found it.
This boss is actually, you could do it really fast if you do it correctly, so hopefully we'll see a
Yeah,
quick
but
fight
it
from
definitely
Andy.
is on the harder side.
I didn't want to curse Jasnix, but there is a way where you would have to redo bit if you continue to miss the pillar, because eventually Zelda will run out of dialogue from you pressing the A button in the Loftwing tutorial, and the game will try to enter you into the Loftwing, like the wing ceremony, and like start the wing ceremony cutscene, but that crashes. That aggressively crashes. Don't do that.
Skyloft really doesn't like to be loaded. It's really strict on not being loaded unless it's nighttime, and then only certain times, you know?
I mean, it would be very convenient if the game did not load the title screen content in the very middle of the heap and fracture it badly, but...
Yeah, that's...
Oh, is that what it does?
Yeah.
That's
It's
why
hard-coded to be at a certain space in memory, and doesn't matter what it loads, it's just at the same place. And it works for the thing we load in title screen, but the moment we load any other area, it's like very problematic.
You know, maybe they figured that because the title screen is in the middle of the screen and obscuring your vision 100% of the time, they should just put it in the middle of memory and obscuring all of the other memory for 100% of the time.
Yeah.
That's active logic to me.
Honestly, we're really lucky that Barren Woods actually loads.
Yeah.
It's like right on the cusp of like crashing, but it doesn't feel like it, but I guess you kind of notice it in the Silent Realm a bit. It gets really laggy, and it crashes if you go like on the like, what is his name prompt menu, like the thing where you can type in your name on your new game file.
Oh, really?
Silent Realm actually crashes, yeah.
That's funny.
Yep.
Andy, you got a pretty quick fight there.
Yep.
I was able to stay on the imprisoned head between all the phases. Meanwhile, Jasnix is running up Eldon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for
From
imprisoned,
the-
it's just important to do like a jump slash at the last second, so you're in the air when he would push you off, and so he can't push you off, and you just keep staying on the head.
Yeah.
Petition to rename Eldon Out of Bounds to Kate Bush Skip, because you are
What?
running up that hill.
We do indeed run up a very large hill during that out of bounds. That is true.
I would like to also give a shout out to, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe nobody missed the step up. That there is one, like, single step of that out of bounds movement where you, like, move from one piece of collision to another, and you can either go around it, which is very scary, step up over it, which is good, or sometimes Link just tries to run up it like a wall and just hangs out there, losing stamina until you fall into the lava, or very carefully, like, wiggle your way around. It, again, a tiny, tiny thing, but weirdly scary for the any percent run, because that's a lot of time lost to take damage there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in general, like, the stamina is not that freely in that one section where you have to run up, because it's sliding there. So you have to run. A lot of the collision is just, even though it's super steep, it's just not sliding, but that part is sliding, so it's a little bit scary there to just always slide into lava. Hey, Grave RBM. Hey. Jasnix doing Grave RBM.
I wonder if the gravestone actually moves.
I will say, as someone who learned to speedrun Skyward Sword over 10 years ago, it feels very cursed to load into nighttime bit with file 1. Everything about that just screams being incorrect to me.
I know, because it used to be that you could load in after that with either file 1 or file 2, not file 3, because if you're wearing the wrong outfit, that's a no. Because Bit cares about the tunic, but
Well, Scallop does.
Yeah. But when Fast Farron was implemented into the route, it turns out that if you do it with file 2, specifically on the second time we do Grave RBM, it will just kinda... Oh, I just saw the key.
Yeah, very nice key seat from Jasnix.
Why couldn't Archibald be that nice before? That was so good.
You were
Very
cheated.
rude
It's
to you.
fine.
Sorry. I'm just being I need to talk to him. Anyway,
Call his mother.
yeah, I'm gonna. I have her on speed dial, believe me. But it will load in the different cutscene for some reason if you press A at the wrong time, and just like is a little bit dicier than it needs to be if you're on file 2. So now we have to do the cursed file 1 exit. Unless you want to play with fire, which, that's a you decision. That's not a me decision.
Also, I believe we've been seeing Jasnix reset using the actual Wii menu and not just pressing the reset button, because I believe Jasnix is playing on Wii U.
He is,
yes.
Yeah.
Because of the faster loads. Already got a good PB with it. Recently.
Yeah, you do lose a tiny bit of time on every, bit activation because it's slower, but to actually use the menu, but it more than makes up for it in load time.
Especially in any percent, we do have comparatively few bits.
This amount of bit is few. Just keep that in mind. It could be worse.
Also for Andy, we're kind of on the final stretch now. We just got the 2 Master Swords, so we can start the soft quest. So we need Spiral Charge, we need to free Levias, and then we can go to the Nehru and help the Thunder Dragon. And then we can also get the boss rush.
We're gonna see Tad tones, right? Because really what I wanted to see in a race context was just Tad tone.
Well, it'll be a little bit difficult. I mean, I don't know.
HD
gonna
1
get that?
time versus SD 3 times versus Tad Tones 50 times.
The
I was
ultimate
secretly
showdown.
running Tad tones the whole time.
Yeah, so
Also, Andy did something cool here right now. He skipped the wing ceremony training.
Yep.
Just like that. He does have to deal with going to a special loading zone, because all loading zones right now want to take you to a Spiral Charge tutorial, but not when you're up high enough, as here. So you can avoid it. Because what he did is he said no to Olin into learning. Then he got into the cave, went out, so his respawn position is different. And then he said, yes, I want to learn it. And then he did a death warp. And Olin did not anticipate that. He was very surprised when Link died next to him. And poured it away. And so he got out.
sometimes I do think about how speedrunning Skyward Sword looks from the point of view of an NPC. That just like wing ceremony cutscene skip must be very upsetting for Zelda.
I think that we already established that Girahim sees Link as basically just a crackhead that's run into his home.
Yeah. He just wanted to play a minigame with him, and then he got absolutely destroyed suddenly.
This is a safe space for us to practice our martial arts and like hit each other, and neither of us will die. What are you doing? What are
Where are you
Where are you
going?
going? Where'd the timer go? Oh no, I'm scared.
Why do you teleport me down? Please don't do it.
Link, buddy, you gonna be cool about this? D, by the way.
Good old D.
Link responds with,
HD.
yeah.
One more D. Yeah. That was more Wind Waker than Skyward Sword. I'm very sorry. That was the wrong Link.
No, see, that's why Girahim's surprised. Wind Waker Link showed up instead.
Oh, is this our final boss door?
Yep.
This is the door to the final boss, y'all.
Ah, yes, that's what that means.
The last meatball to collect and put in our...
I mean, a spicy meatball would be the final boss for my own stomach, I will say that. But, I don't think that's what we're measuring here.
This is 3 spicy meatballs.
Well, we could have another double boss with Elias coming up.
That's true.
Can we get a count on how many times we've synced up boss fights?
It's been at least
5
4.
I
times.
think 3. I think there was 3. Maybe more than that. I just remember 3.
I'm just gonna go high on a 5 here.
You were the closest without going over.
I'm sorry, I just also saw Jasnix doing a really swaggy brake slide into that cutscene.
Yeah, he does
trigger.
that.
That was
Yeah,
so
does that.
cute.
He
Yeah, we
doesn't
don't get
love
to-
his
Brake
Skyward
slides.
Sword's all about.
Yeah, exactly. We don't get to actually do many brake slides in the current any percent route, because
Well,
not
I
very
mean-
useful.
If you wanted to, you could do it at any moment and save a little bit of time, you know? Just constantly brake slide instead of running. Be the task.
Ah, yes. Not only shall my Discord turn me into a robot, but speedrunning in general shall too.
Bentley wants you to aspire to become a robot.
Alright, so Andy about to start what is probably the hardest boss fight to do well in Skyward Sword HD. It's the
Oh my-
bias
wow.
fight. Oh.
That was rude. That was
Yeah.
so rude.
Unfortunate.
Elias, please. Especially
Yeah,
now that we
this,
start from like we have to like load from the very start, which is like even further away from the bias.
Yeah,
Because the respawn point is there.
So you need to use the spiral chart to hit these eyeballs away. But doing that really fast can be a little bit difficult. He does get 2 of them pretty quickly there. I think he's
Can
going to
use the
go...
bow.
Yeah, he's going to go for shooting the last 2 with the bow. Yeah, okay, yeah, so they're visible. Or the Gust Bellows, maybe that'll work too. I've never tried that personally.
I'd like to point out that not only do we get synced boss fights, we got synced mean boss fights because Scaldera decided he wanted to be a little too far away from Jasnix's Skyward Strike and force him to take an extra cycle.
Aw.
Oh.
That could have been the tricycle, but Scaldera just said last minute nope.
Yep. So if you're familiar with this fight in Wii, then you will know that you can like use an invisible Bylocide, I think is his name.
Yeah.
But that is not possible anymore, unfortunately. They were
They
smart.
unfortunately patched that.
Yep.
At least
mean,
we can see it now.
Yep.
It makes sense that they patched it. It's hilariously easy to trigger.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It really is. Yeah. And another question, why does like Levias like skin hurt in this fight? Like, I understand like the eyes and stuff, but he doesn't hurt when he's like healed again.
he's already got the like barnacle hole looking things that are just in there.
Oh, let's see. Shooting out the poison.
Well, Link just has really sensitive skin, and like acne causes him emotional damage.
Yeah, I'm just asking the important questions. I'm just asking the important questions here. Oh, another break slide from Jasnix here.
Alright, well, both of our runners heading into Lanayru for one last time. Jasnix placing the Amber Tablet, or I guess RBMing the Amber Tablet, actually. Andy going through a lot of text right now.
Luckily, quickly, because it's quick text.
And also doing a Death Warp so that he respawns at the start of the Thunderhead and can exit quickly.
And it's the final time to say goodbye to 5-3. Did a lot of work today. We appreciate you. But unfortunately, the rest is up for 5-1 here. For both teams.
I think File 3 wasn't really pulling enough weight on the HD side. More File 3, please.
True. Yeah.
Actually, I believe Andy is playing on his third file.
Oh, wait, what?
Oh boy.
Oh, don't listen to me.
If you're counting,
hard carry.
if you're counting the autosave as file 1, then he's playing on file 3.
Okay. I think we can count that.
Victory by technicality, the best kind of victory.
Okay, so file 1... Wait, no, you do use the quick saves, right? You use autosaves for stuff in HD, right? I don't know. What do you do in HD?
Yeah, autosaves.
Today I found out HD exists, so...
Autosave is quite nice to use. Yeah, we use it for eat. And we like it for Death Warps.
Okay, so I think what I've learned is that in both the HD side and the SD side, file 1, indispensable. File 3, indispensable. File 2, what are you doing here?
Hey.
His best.
It's our early game file, okay? He's pulling his weight by allowing us to go to the Love Wing tutorial, which is the best place to be at, you know?
Yes, File 2 just doesn't like the limelight. File 2 doesn't get to do the prestige and the flashy stuff.
Yeah.
But File 2 is always there when you need to enter the sky and back in time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure when we find Back in Time in HD, it'll be there for that too.
Yep. I mean, we did go back in time once here in this run, you know? And got the True Master Sword from HD side, so that's nice.
Yeah, so now we get to see what you're normally supposed to do in the Lanayru Gorge.
I'm fascinated. I know I've seen this before, but I don't remember it at all.
Yep. If you try to do it with the layer we have in SD, you will just like lose the ground the moment you activate the minecart. Ground will disappear under you and you will fall forever into the void.
Oh, we love
this ground right here. Yep. But luckily we can activate it from afar. Poor guy.
So that was one of the only text boxes that is not instant in the run.
I guess to keep up with the thematic of disappearing.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Otherwise it would be kind of strange to go through the text and he does like ... but he's not even deactivated.
Yeah, so the auto-scroller, or the minecart auto-scroller is an auto-scroller, as the name suggests, so there's not a whole lot you can do to speed it up. Just want to make sure that the minecart doesn't stop as much as possible, pretty much.
It's
So
good that this way you can appreciate what we're skipping on Wii.
yeah.
Because you can see what we don't have to do.
Is this going to be on the test?
Yep.
I can't believe we're proctoring another exam.
We're going to judge how well everyone does their minecart escorts. Please get your Nintendo Switches out, everyone.
Oh god.
I want you to time the Minecraft escort compared to what we does.
I mean, this is a pretty interesting comparison because you can see just how much time it does cost to run around in all of this out-of-bounds collision area.
Yeah, for sure. We're very far out with that reverse with the bit warp. Very far out, actually.
Professor
I think the reason
drifting, can I be excused?
Yeah.
No, you'll simply have to use this replacement pair of Fortnite Joy-Cons that we have lying around.
Not the Fortnite Joy-Cons.
Fun fact, I think the reason Linnaeus Mine especially has this insane out-of-bounds collision is because I think they plan to make the region bigger because the origin of the map is very much not on the map, like very far out of bounds also.
Yeah,
Which probably makes everything around it have more collision and stuff.
Yeah, I can imagine the original plan might have been to try and make, like, Linnaeus Desert and Linnaeus Mine the same stage, but just with different rooms. But then they were like, this is a little too memory intensive, so they just separated them. Or something like that.
I really want to find a way to do an extending blow in Linnaeus, because think of how funny that would look. Would probably be useless,
That
but
would probably look very funny, yeah. Depending
I
on what you
believe,
do. I mean, you need to have like a point to see it. Like it has the walls in between. It won't let you through it, but yeah.
Yeah, I believe you technically can do it in the Temple of Time area because there are bokoblins there. But you do just kind of fly into the wall and then slowly sink down.
Yeah. Fortunately, we can't. We have not learned the carrying bokoblin technique yet. Would be nice.
I don't think anyone's actually confirmed if it's possible to do extending blow with a non-bokoblin enemy.
Yeah. The only idea would be like keys.
Yeah, or maybe a
Sometimes.
Lizalfos, but
Yeah.
I mean, theoretically...
can you
anything
ending
can
blow
final,
a
right?
keys?
Yeah.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
you shield bash,
yeah.
they will.
Shields exist.
Yes. Thing that you
Skyward
don't
Sword
use.
Runner learns that shields exist in the game, and then promptly ignores them.
Yeah, why would I pay attention to that?
True.
Listen, Linnaeus extending blow is the first, like, interesting use of a shield that I've ever heard of in this game.
I guess there is keys like in the minecart first minecart pushing place. Maybe you can get them like higher up on, but there's probably still no real place over the void or anywhere where you can try it.
Yeah. Also, Andy here is gonna do a brake slide forward, or at least attempt to go forward. If you void out in the pit up here, the minecart will get pushed forward. So it saves a little bit of time in doing that.
Yeah, basically a checkpoint idea we talked about earlier. That's what the Wii version is using. Just at the last checkpoint, we're using it at this checkpoint. We just get a checkpoint and then void out, and then us and the minecart escort respawn at a checkpoint. And for that checkpoint, there's just a very close void, so it's worth it.
May I just express my displeasure that my best friend, the cactus, was really rude to Jasnix right there? Like, come on.
Also right here, we can like walk forward, and that way we don't have to walk all the way around which we usually do. Like we have to wait until the minecart would be there, then we could run at the wall, and we can all skip that by just going a little bit ahead there. Now we have a little bit of a battle room here. Almost done with the minecart escort. Meanwhile, Jasnix doing some RBM shenanigans.
This is a very interesting time for the runs to be synced up with. That I believe this is probably the most tedious portion of both runs. We're
Well, I
not
guess
so
it makes
different
sense,
after
just-
all.
Both are towards the end.
Listen, it just means that we can talk about the Fortnite choice.
Oh no.
Oh. Does it not also drift?
It drifts in a cool way.
Here we are at the end of the minecart escort. Looks pretty good for HD, I have to say.
Well, yeah, so HD also has to go and get the
Oh, yeah, that's
the
right.
life tree seedling
Oh.
and then plant the life tree fruit and all that stuff before being able to
I
heal
was-
the Thunder Dragon.
I was still living in SD's times. Like, oh, look at us! Almost at the Thunder Dragon. Can Fiden not just say that he's healed? I don't get it.
Yeah.
I does not have magical dragon healing properties.
Come
I'm
on.
informed of it.
Honestly, I think we should have just called in the water dragon to hydrate the Thunder Dragon, since that was clearly the
No.
problem.
You just need a little bit of Gatorade. Your dragon's feeling down. Douse him in Gatorade.
And now we wait. Meanwhile, Machi was saved on Jasnix's side. Gotta love Machi. That was good.
Are you glad
do
to have
it
been
everywhere.
saved, Pippi?
Also,
Oh, I was in danger! I'm retroactively quite nervous.
Chuckles, I'm in danger. Guess we didn't quite talk about it, but RBMs usually need to be committed, guys. Just so you know,
Oh yeah.
because in order to actually take effect, you have to make an update to the list that it is in. And so you need to like bonk some stuff and get some hidden rupees, and that's why we usually do that. Horse
Yeah.
bonks.
The rock RBM, which is the first in the set of 3 towards the end there that SD has to do, it is coincidentally the one that we usually commit by blowing up another rock. But what we are actually trying to do is blow up the rock that was in the way of the minecart that Andy could just blow up with bombs, because wow, wouldn't it be nice to have items? But it's kind of fun because if you look very carefully in the background, you can kind of see the other rock going, oh wait, I was supposed to explode, and having a delayed reaction. A little puff of dust.
Yep. So now the last jank jump.
Hopefully it's nicer than mine was.
You did pretty fine, I think.
We only want baseline jank, not 2 jank.
Yeah, jank jump is definitely consistent, but it doesn't feel consistent.
It is very funny that I randomly just found it, because unlike other people, like I didn't like have save states or something that I really used. So I did like void out when trying, where like Azer would probably just use the save state to get back. And so that's why I found it. Just random. Because you need to void to do it for some reason.
I think it just sets your angle to something, because
Yeah,
like
no, I think it's because you're partially in the wall, so you actually get a jump off, because the game is like,
interesting.
oh, there's like air in front of you. You gotta do a jump now, because if you're not like voided
Oh.
out, there's gonna be a wall there. Unless you SVA and somehow do a weird button combination that actually gets you the jump. And no one
SVA
knows
is just
how.
magic. It's fine.
Look, hey, the second time back in time for HD. Now we're cruising.
It's time for the Skyward Sword SD personality test. What do you do while waiting for the minecart?
Cut
It
grass.
says a lot about you. I didn't catch what Jade did to kill the time.
She did cut grass.
Lawn mowing is a noble pursuit.
No, that's from Breath of the Wild.
Oh, Amiibo's not cooperating. Okay. Come on. Amiibo. It's not quite cooperating there, I think. It needed
Wait,
a moment back.
Amiibo RNG?
NFC RNG.
Boy. This is tense here. Going to the final back in time for Jasnix. And this is also the final time HD's gonna enter a pillar.
Thank you, Cactus. Thank you for your help. I would have liked it if you weren't mean to Jasnix that one time.
Do you forgive the cactus?
Maybe. It's gonna be awkward for a few days.
Come on, you can't stay mad at the cactus.
It's true. I can't stay mad at the cactus.
So now Feist tells us that he's healed, and that the text that he just saw is the one that we RBM.
So you can see the difference in text speed here.
Yeah, he's really
between
carrying right
HD
here.
and SD.
Seems like it's gonna come down to Girahim here.
This is incredibly close.
Girahim is actually, or it's a little harder to fight Girahim in HD because you don't really move as much towards Girahim as you slash him. Like, if you just repeatedly slash him, eventually you'll be too far away that you can't hit him anymore. So you do have to kind of, like, also juggle moving forward along with that.
Yep. Yes, you do have a long sword at least.
Yeah.
Master sword, but still. And obviously the second and third, the second fight is gonna be easy, and the third is gonna be a lot faster with the True Master Sword.
No marathon stun lock.
It's all gonna come down if Andy's gonna be able to pull off the G3 escape, which so far looks pretty good. Jasnix still has to get to the door and then do the slow text from our boy Thunder Dragon.
I always appreciate how similar, on a surface level at least, the RB, and like this RBM on that Jasnix is doing and the RBW at the beginning are, because it just feels like a really good bookend.
It's true, yeah. It's kind of nice. Kind of do actually, yeah. It's actually very interesting.
Hey, remember when we died to spawn a vine like an hour ago? And also like an hour and 45 minutes ago? And also like 2 hours and something ago? You know. We did it a lot today.
Ooh, not getting the first line jump off. Jasnix needs to clutch here. Definitely possible. Like, we still have a lot of difficult stuff coming ahead. Andy obviously does have some headway he made. But still, I mean,
There's always a chance.
2 boss fights.
This is
I
also,
mean-
in fact, the one time I know of that HD can also crash.
Yep.
Because they don't have to worry about bit crashes like we do in SD, which is just, you know, what happens when you upset the game that much. But G3 Escape does upset the Switch too.
Yeah.
Nice, he got that jump. It's definitely nice how close it is in the end. It's kind of nice. For 3 runs against 1. There we kind of get almost synced here.
Yeah, getting the timing down is really impressive with all these runs.
Also, I guess technically this is not a boss fight at the same time.
No, it is.
Yep.
Actually, it's the same boss. Just that the Girahim on the Wii side is very confused, and the one on the HD side is very angry. As you can see with the quick charge on True Master Sword, it is really nice to get the Sunlock in.
We also
Wretched
see
rat.
a wretched brat in English text.
Oh, what's that like?
English text.
Metal Gear.
English text. Ah,
English text? A female analyst.
On the final boss, Andy. Is it gonna work out? I mean, this is one of the fights where the longer sword actually is a little bit annoying because you can sometimes hit the Miser sword even though you didn't want to, and then the whole attack gets blocked. But if you got it down like that, then
that final like hit on G3 Escape gave me a little bit of a heart attack.
Yeah, that was a little anxiety inducing.
A little sketchy, but I'm really glad it worked.
butt slide. Also, crazy that this button slide worked. I gotta say.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
the fact that
Only
that
plays in
butt
the game.
slide and this clip right here work are kind of a
GG
miracle.
to Andy.
Also, very GG to Andy.
Yep.
Finishing with a 413 something.
11.
Yeah, 11.
Yep.
There we go.
Nice.
GG.
Absolutely great. I have to say this butt slide. I don't understand how this is the only place in the game where it is even possible. Like there's nothing like it. Like the gate clip at least, like I can understand. Like there's just missing a seam, and I guess we have that kind of in Ancient Cistern in the English version, but like the butt slide just seems absolutely crazy that it works.
I have to imagine it just has to do with how close the walls are together, or something like that. Because
It also has
the
probably
game
with the
doesn't have like a sharp corner like that. Like
Yeah.
you're not supposed to be in there, so they probably didn't gameplay test being in there. I
for
imagine.
sure.
Also, I don't know if it's anybody else's experience with that trick, but I think it also might have something to do with the fact that the walls are temporary on the one side, because I definitely have, like, it only will work if his butt is sliding on the temporary wall, not the permanent one.
Yeah, because
Yeah, it does have to do
if
with
he
the fence.
because he goes into like he goes into the animation that you get when you like slide down sand.
But he
Yeah.
slides
So if you're facing the other way, he's doing like the one where he's like leaning forward and sliding down instead of like sliding on his butt.
Please be kind. I know this guy just invaded your personal space out of nowhere, but you don't have to be that mean.
Oh my
Listen,
god, he's being
we-
really rude.
We reclaimed Pippy's haircut. Now he has to wear a soft serve ice cream cone on his head.
And now
what
we
you
land the
get.
Black Hacker.
That's the anger particles coming off of him.
Yep.
It's the angered stink.
I always choose to believe that the shadow here is very good foreshadowing for the fact that Girahim is evil.
Whoa,
Mhm.
Girahim is
What?
evil? Spoilers!
I mean,
he
we
did
didn't
steal your
know
haircut.
otherwise because we never actually interacted with Kirim outside the first encounter. Which I
thought
guess
it
he was a
just
little bit good there.
misunderstanding.
Yeah. Ooh, the lag came in there. Big time. A moment. No. Lucky.
Ow. Yeah.
It's a very clean first stun lock.
Yeah, it's still such a lot stun lock. The God of Sword, all things. And now to Ratchet Brats, the finale. Where we have to like hit him the sword a bunch of times. Now it feels for Kyohim to just be tickled every attack. Like that. And him respawning. And then the same thing happens again and he doesn't change a thing.
He was like, no, work eventually.
We have a big
Demise.
sword. I have a bigger sword. I win.
I'm trying to beat this kid.
Well, I suppose I should step in here and say something, since it's been many hours since I've done so. Discord is currently undergoing some sort of issue. So, in the meantime, I guess I might as well talk us through the ending, just in case we're not able to get it up in time. Congratulations, Andy, for your successful conquering of the Skyward Sword SD runners with I believe a 4:13:11, an extremely good time. The SD runners were not that far behind. They got a 4:18:06 with 3 runners, despite that little lead that you had. I think it was super fun. I think it was super close. I hope that you were all entertained, at the very least, by our little race experiment that we tried. I can see that some people have access to the Discord again. I still do not, which is a problem because I am restreaming the event, meaning that I have to be in the Discord in order for it to be properly restreamed. So I will continue to wait for a little bit so we can get some runner perspectives. Just want to make sure that you are all filled in the situation and that we're not just sitting here silently just because that's a brave desire that we have. So please stand by. I have a question for all of the Skyward Sword racers, if you can hear me. Consider this just the nature of some scuffed things that are out of our control. Do you think it is possible, maybe, to finish the commentary in ZSR, like the ZSR server in, or even the Skyward Sword speedrunning Discord, the general voice chat in the Skyward Sword speedrunning Discord? If I can join, then it should be okay because we're all sharing my Discord audio. Testing, testing. Well, unfortunately, the Skyward Sword speedrunning Discord server is also now giving me some issues. So, I think we're going to... Oh, are we back? Oh, wow. Oh, hold on.
I was so confused. I thought we just picked the others out.
Oh.
We are on stream.
We're back on stream.
Let's go.
Oh no.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
We're having a time of it.
Hi.
There we
Hi,
are
Scream.
again.
Well, we're missing a commentator, but we have all of our runners. So, how did that go? It looked great.
Oh, we got okay.
Jim's
Everybody's
back.
here.
Everyone is here.
No one touch anything.
Nobody breathe. Nobody. I mean, breathe, please, because we got to talk about
Yeah,
that.
I was thinking about changing the channel status so no one else can join, but now I'm scared after you said that. So, you know, people are nice here at the Skyward Sword speedrunning, so I'm thinking fine.
So,
You
other
all-
than our Discord issue,
Someone.
let's talk about the race. That was a great time, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
It
Well,
was incredibly.
you all
close
didn't
to-
run, but you guys ran, and you did a great job. Inside joke. Yeah, what do you think about your runs, guys? guess I think we had some from Pippy. So Jasnix, what do you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, Iron was alright. I kind of was fine. I ended up doing a lot of like safety strats, so I kind of lost a lot of time to those. But other than that, like, I think I missed one dive early in the run, and after that,
Yeah.
the rest of the run was fine.
For sure. And
gear him was a struggle, but other than that.
Yep, and for you, Andy, you had to pull through for the whole run, and you did. How does it feel to be victorious over Wii?
I mean, I did have a head start, but I mean, it's nice, I guess.
Does this mean
always
that everybody
humble
has
in
to-
victory?
Yeah, does this mean that everybody has to acknowledge that HD is a real game that exists?
No.
No, that's not necessary. It's okay. It was good though. I was like a minute off of PB or something like that, so not
Very
bad.
nice.
Yep. It's definitely a lot of fun to commentate. It was a lot to juggle, especially the start. But it was very nice to just be also able to chill out a bit after we have explained everything a bunch of times.
Yeah, huge shout outs to Pepper and Jim. You guys held it down the entire time. It was really impressive too.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for Jim. Should be my commentator with me. That was a lot of fun. I always love commentating with Jim if I get the chance to. And also to watch Skyward Sword.
I like being around people who appreciate Skyward Sword.
Yes.
Skyward Sword is a cool game.
It's a good game.
Skyward Sword's really fun.
So
The
basically,
moral of the story
we're
is...
all best friends now.
Yay!
Hey. Does this mean that I have to learn Skyward Sword now?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll start. I need to bring my Wii into my room. But
Well,
then
actually, you have to finish Outer Wilds first, but then you can learn Skyward.
One thing at a time.
Yes. So Jim, will you be emailing everybody the test, or is it a verbal quiz?
I'll send the link out to it eventually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think Discord has having a little bit of trouble right now, you know? Maybe because the test was too big.
Yeah, there were too many test questions.
Yeah.
The test was too large to load and back in time.
Took too
Just
much
a
of my
bit.
memory.
But if I can say, thank you everyone so much for this incredible race. This has been really, really interesting and a really awesome opportunity. Thanks so much for commentating for us, y'all. Thank you to Pride and H, who is now probably asleep, for hosting this monstrosity of a race. Thank you, Variety, so much for having us, and thank you, y'all, for watching and supporting Planned Parenthood. Support Planned Parenthood. It's a good cause. It's really important.
Yes, very much so. And I think that we'll run left to right or up to down in the Discord call. Andy, where can people find you?
Twitch.tv/N_D_TP. That's where I stream.
Excellent. Jim, where can people find you?
I stream on Twitch.
Nice.
You can find me there.
Thank you.
Jade can be found at twitch.tv/JadeMinibou. Jasnix, where can people find you?
Also on Twitch, twitch.tv jasnix08.
Excellent. Pepper, where can people find you?
Well, I have Twitch streamed before, but I don't really. You can find me on the Skyward Sword Discord speedrunning server. We should join to take part in this great speedrun. And if you like to maybe do more rando stuff, you could also do the Skyward Sword randomizers, Discord, where I'll also be sometimes. So, there you can find me.
Excellent. And Pippy, where can people find you?
Most places where there's a search bar and you can type in PippyInATopHat, but also Twitch. Hey, Pride, where can people find you?
Oh my goodness. You can find me at twitch.tv/thekingspride. I speedrun a couple of different things and am currently in the middle of a a challenge where I am playing all the games that I'm going to be hosting for at AGDQ. So you'll be able to find me there as well. You can also find me at twitch.tv/PippyInATopHat/subscribe. And I believe that's it.
Actually, I think you forgot something, Pride.
Hmm?
The people can also find you at hanab.live.
Yes, hanab.live. That's where I'm most active.
You can find many of us at hanab.live.
The greatest social media site now that Discord seems to have eaten itself. Anyway, I believe that that's everything. If anybody else has any last words.
I think it's time to throw to the lovely break screen and the lovely break music so that we can get another run in here.
Excellent. I have been the King's Pride. That is also going to be the end of my time with y'all, but I will be back tomorrow, bright and early, hosting